Thank you for waiting. Our event will start after 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I'm Cici. I'm from NUS MBA program, and I will be your moderator for the morning section.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monica, and I'm also from NUS MBA program, and I'll be the moderator for the afternoon session.
On behalf of NUS MBA Organizing Committee, we are very pleased to welcome our sponsor, UL and Group, our 4 company judges, all the participants, and all the audience from YouTube Live to the final day of Social Innovation Challenge 2021, an exciting event for MBA Deans Challenge. The objective of the Social Innovation Challenge is to promote the importance of understanding sustainability, ethics, and impact-related real cases or issues to business school students. This year, our topic is about integration of informal sector to the sustainable value chains in order to tackle plastic waste and ocean-bound waste issues. We are honored to have participants from 4 business schools in Singapore. And finally, 6 creative teams have successfully made it to today's final round. Now, let me share with you all the agenda of today's event. First, we will have a brief opening introduction about the event and the judges by NUS SEI club leaders. Then, we will hear the opening remarks from deans and sponsors. Next, I will give you a briefing of the rules of the competition. Then, Team 1 to Team 4 will give their presentation on sequence. After that, we will have a lunch break. In the afternoon, Team 5 to Team 6 will give the presentation. Next, we'll have an interesting networking session. At the same time, judges will discuss in a breakout room for the final decision. After that, the final result of the computation will be announced. At last, we will hear the closing remarks from NUS Exco. Now, let's begin this exciting final computation. Let me pass the mic to Christopher Gary, the President of Sustainability, Ethics, and Impact Club of 38th NUS MBA Students' Council, to introduce the event and our respectable judges. Over to you, Gary.
Hello. Thank you, Cici. Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher Gary. I'm the current president of the Sustainability, Ethics, and Impact Club. Now, I would like to introduce the judges for the Social Innovation Challenge 2021. A very warm welcome to all the judges who have supported our event from the beginning until we arrive at the finals today. First of all, there is Mr. Guylaine Defauche. Mr. Guylaine Defauche currently leads a global team under the Consumer Testing, Inspection, and Certification business. Prior to his current role, Mr. Guylaine served as UL's Global Vice President and General Manager of Consumer Technology. Before joining UL, he was a consultant with Egon Zehnder and served as the Managing Director of Prestige Asia Pacific for Procter & Gamble or P&G. He holds a degree in mathematics, a master's in chemical engineering, and is a graduate of the Global Executive Leadership Program at Yale University. Welcome to the event, Mr. Guylaine. Secondly, Ms. Sok Mei Wong. Ms. Sok Mei currently helms the UL ASEAN or ANZ business as Vice President. Prior to UL, Sok Mei's stellar career of 2 decades spans Procter & Gamble, British American Tobacco, Johnson & Johnson, Shell, and Diageo, where she has grown global businesses, led transformational changes, and developed high-performance teams. Ms. Sok Mei holds an MBA from MIT and is also a chartered accountant. Welcome to the event today, Ms. Sok Mei.
Thank you, everyone, and look forward to an exciting event.
Thirdly, Mr. Jochen Lorenz. Mr. Jochen Lorenz is the head of Grow Innovation Hub Asian region and is also responsible for business development and strategy for Bosch in Southeast Asia. He has a background in engineering physics and holds an MBA in international business. Mr. Jochen Lorenz has a wide range of innovation experience as he learned from education at Berkeley and Strategizer, and practical experience by founding and coaching startups from different industries in agriculture, energy, building, and mobility industry 4.0. Welcome to the event, Mr. Jochen.
Welcome, everyone. And let's rock it today, right? Sunday is fun day. Actually, it's Saturday, right? I'm already in the weekend.
Last but not least, Dr. Weina Zhang. Dr. Weina is the Associate Professor of Finance at the NUS Business School. She obtained her Master of Science and PhD in Finance from Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, USA. She currently teaches courses such as Sustainability and Finance, Sustainability Investment, Investment Analysis and Portfolio Management, and Research Methods in Finance. Her current teaching and research focus on sustainable and green finance, fixed income securities, asset pricing, and investment. Welcome to the event, Dr. Weina.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I look forward to all the exciting presentations. Thank you.
Thank you for all the tremendous support from the judges for the Social Innovation Challenge 2021. We hope that all the judges will enjoy the presentation from the finalists today. Last but not least, happy competition to all participating teams. I will give it back to you again, Cici.
Thank you, Gary, for the introduction and a very warm welcome to our judges. Now, I believe everyone knows better about this great quiz competition that was brought by the deans of NTU, SMU, and NUS business schools with a motivation to promoting the collaboration between business schools. We are very honored to have a warm welcome message from deans of NTU, SMU, and NUS. Let's watch the video.
Congratulations on making it to the final round. Well done.
Hello everyone, I'm Christina So, Dean of the Nanyang Business School. Congratulations to the teams that have made it to the final round of the Social Innovation Challenge. This challenge on caring for Earth and community is meaningful. I'm sure that your creative solutions have potential to contribute towards a more sustainable future. The interactions you've had with each other as you developed and shared your ideas are also an important element of the MBA Challenge. Thank you, NUS, for hosting this event. I wish all of you an enjoyable day ahead.
Hi, I'm Bert Terek, Dean of the Lee Kong Chian School of Business at Singapore Management University. I've only joined SMU less than a month ago, so I've only just learned about the Dean's Challenge, but it sounds really exciting. Social innovation is, of course, a great topic for the case competition, and I'm sure that you will come up with some great new ideas and innovations that will have a significant impact on the world's use of plastics. So let me congratulate all of you who are competing in the final event of this Dean's Challenge, but of course I hope you will also have a great time and enjoy yourselves.
This is the second year of the Social Innovation Challenge of the MBA Deans Challenge. The case topic focuses on the informal sector. For instance, self-employed waste collectors or family-run local waste collection centers, and integrating these sectors to become part of a sustainable supply chain. So it's reasonable to ask why we're doing this as part of the Social Innovation Challenge. So the notion behind the Social Innovation Challenge is to indicate responsible thinking about people, planet, and profit in our future business leaders. Every year, by working on real scenarios related to sustainability, ethics, and impact, our MBA students can help make society a better place to live in. This year, 2021, we're turning our attention to the informal sector, the waste pickers. Even though they contribute to the local economy, to public health and to public safety and profitability and environmental sustainability, they still face real hardships. And we want to propose action plans towards remedying this situation via the Social Innovation Challenge. This is clearly going to help society. The benefits to the society are social, and they're certainly also economic and environmental. The idea is to provide a sustainable source of income, okay, which is profitable for society, but also beneficial to the waste pickers, households, and the members of the community by keeping the environment clean, okay, and also contributing to the income of the relevant groups and, of course, to their neighborhoods and to the city. The idea is to use reusable material at low cost and increase the profit margins.
Well, with encouragement from our deans, let's move forward and welcome our sponsor, Mr. Gillian DeVoe, the Vice President of Consumer TIC of UL, and Mr. Yuken Lorenz, Head of Growing Innovation Hub of Asian Region. Now, let me pass on the mic to Mr. Gillian DeVoe.
Thank you, and hello everyone. Pleasure to be here. Looking forward to hearing all your great ideas. What has been selected as a theme here is a pretty complex topic that combines both a industry and business model challenge. There's an environmental challenge, there's a social challenge as well, and multiple stakeholders across these three pillars. So I'm really interested to see how you've solved that puzzle, brought all the pieces together, and see how we can get maximum benefits across these three pillars. So really a great topic for well-rounded MBA students like you, and I'm very much looking forward to learn from your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVoe, for your speech. Next, let me pass the mic to Mr. Yuken Lorenz.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored and happy that you have me here. And well, there's a selection and we are the judges. But you know, at the end of the day, you guys are all winners. You're all winners. And what's the reason for being winner? Well, when you get up in the morning out of your bed, and it was not easy this morning, right? So usually I do some exercise, but when you get up, so you have two choices in your life. Either you follow somebody and do what you were be told, or you lead. And when you lead, then you make mistakes. Then you try things the first time, But this is also the way of making history, because only if you do the things the first time, this is how you make history. And as we say at Grow, let's make history and let's make an impact. And I'm so excited what you have thought about it, how you collaborated, and what are your ways of making history. So again, thanks for joining this program and happy to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenz, for your insightful speech. Now, I believe all the teams are ready to deliver their marvelous presentation and share the insights on sustainability solutions. Before presentations, let me briefly introduce the rules. First, check the sequence of today's presentations as shown on the slide and your time schedule. Each team has 15 minutes presentation, followed by a 20 minutes Q&A session. The timekeeper will send a reminder on the screen when there are 5 minutes and 1 minute left. Now, let's all welcome the first team to deliver their presentation. The first team is Team EFOS from NTU Business School. They are going to share a waste worker cooperative for plastic waste recycling in Baguio, Philippines. EFOS, you can start if you are ready.
Can we have our presentation up? Is that?
Yes, you can start if you are ready. Thank you.
Right. Daiwei, are we good to go? All right,
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anisha Kundar from Team eForce of the Nanyang Business School. And today we'd like to present our solution for waste management in Baguio to you. So if you've been following the news in the Philippines this week, you would have noticed that earlier this week, around Monday, a typhoon Maring hit the islands, and it hit them quite severely. There was severe waterlogging and flooding, even in mountainous regions, which is quite unprecedented. And this is unsurprising that one of the reasons for this severe waterlogging and flooding was the accumulation of plastic waste in sewers and drains that affected how water could drain away from particular areas. Now, Philippines is considered a sachet economy. In Philippines, everything from food to cosmetics is packaged in plastic sachets, and waste disposal isn't very disciplined, so to say. Philippines is the third largest contributor to ocean waste in the entire world, and it has quite a low plastic recycling rate at 9%. We focused on Baguio specifically, which is a city 250 kilometers north of Manila, which is nestled in the mountains. Now, because of its location in the mountains, there are no landfill sites in Baguio, which means the disposal of the at least 400 tons of waste that it generates daily is quite difficult. The municipal corporation has to collect all of this daily waste that is generated and transport it to landfill sites elsewhere, which is quite expensive. I'd like to take you through the current value chain of waste management in Baguio. Now, garbage is collected from garbage collection points across the city, and it's collected by either organized or unorganized waste workers. Now, the organized waste workers collect the garbage. They put them in their garbage collection trucks, and they either take it to be composted if the waste is biodegradable. And if it's not biodegradable, it is shipped away to landfills in other areas. Now, the unorganized waste workers work in tandem with the organized waste workers, but these are largely volunteer waste collectors. They specifically pick out PET and HDPE plastics from the collected garbage, and they sell this along to junk dealers and recycling units to earn some money. Now, there are some problems with this current waste management value chain. One, because the garbage is collected from garbage collection points and not at source, very little plastic waste is collected and then recycled. The waste workers who collect this plastic waste, they're informal volunteer waste workers, and as such, they do not have a stable or regular employment. They also face quite unsafe and unsanitary working conditions. In addition to that, the only value that is generated from plastic waste is from the collected PET and HDPE plastic that is sporadically recycled. There isn't any value that is generated from other types of plastic, such as low value plastics, etc., and which are not used in recycling or upcycling applications. So to solve these problems, we propose a waste workers cooperative that would increase the collection of plastic waste at the source. It would provide regular employment to informal waste workers by incorporating them into this cooperative, and generate additional value from all types of plastic waste, not just PET and HDPE, by recycling and upcycling. Our mission is to benefit all 150 volunteer waste workers who are currently active in Baguio, and as such, divert close to 3,600 tons of plastic every year from landfills. And to do so, we propose a new waste management value chain. Our cooperative workers would collect all types of daily use plastic door to door from households and partner establishments on a weekly basis. Once this plastic waste is collected, they would take it to our cooperative's warehouse, where it would be cleaned and segregated into PET and HDPE, and all other types of plastic. The PET and HDPE would be sold to recycling units, where it would be converted to PET flakes or HDPE grind. And the other plastic would be upcycled by using it to produce construction materials such as eco bricks, in partnership with a local Filipino company called Green Ants.
Here, we can see the equipment necessary for our cooperative. First, we will provide each household their own segregation kits to promote participation. Each collector will be provided push carts that they will use for the door-to-door collection. Also, we will provide personal protective equipment for our collectors and segregators. To ensure high-quality materials are recyclables, we will be using wash or dry machines. The recyclables will then be reduced in size using our compactor prior transporting them to our partner recycling plants. We will use the eco bricks maker of our partner Green Ants to manufacture eco bricks and eco cast. Here's James, the representative of our target group, the volunteer waste collectors. He's 29 years old and has 2 kids. According to him, the regular garbage collectors have salaries. We, volunteers, only earn from the sale of the recyclables. We collected from 2:30 a.m. to 12 noon. I am hoping we are also given salary and benefits, including insurance. So the volunteer waste collectors are men of 22 to 50 years old. They have unstable earnings of 8,000 Philippine pesos or 212 Singapore dollars per month. They have health and safety concerns, as some of them experience accidents while at work. Our cooperative will provide them experience and skills by immersing them in different roles in collection, cleaning, segregation, and logistics. They will have a stable income of 12,000 per month or 318 Singapore dollars with national health insurance, group life insurance, and SSS benefits. They will also be provided with training, uniforms, and personal protective equipment. Initially, we will be partnering with the local junk shops by directly selling to them our collected PET and HDPE. In phase 1, we will be transporting directly to the top loon recycling plants to produce plastic flakes and grinds with high purity. In phase 2, we will be partnering with Green Ants, who is the winner in the Construction Innovation category in 2019 Asia Pacific Housing Forum. We will convert our plastic bags and plastic packagings to eco bricks that are stronger and require less plastering than typical hollow blocks. In their initial proposal of franchise a community eco hub, we'll be having a profit share of 35%.
Now, please allow me to work some numbers with you. As mentioned by Victor, our business plan will be scaled up by 3 phases, pilot phase and phase 1 and 2. the workers we will involve in our plan will start from 10 workers and up to 50 workers, and finally reach the 150 volunteer waste workers in the whole city. Accordingly, the environment impact avoided by our business plan will start from 240 tons per year and then scale up to 1,200 tons per year, then finally reach to the 80,000 household in the city, which allowed us to collect the 3,620 tons per year with plastics. Beyond phase 2, we will continue partnering with different organizations, such as Plastic Flamingo, who is upcycling the plastic into eco-lumbers, and Envirotech, recycling entity, who is producing the plastic school chairs. They are all from local Philippines and expand our reach to other cities and municipalities. How big will be the market size? Let's take a look at the actual numbers in the Baguio city in the left side. The Baguio city is generating the waste 144,000 tons per year, and 10% of them are plastic waste, which means 14,400 tons per year. We estimate that we can recycle 26% of them into in our business model, which will give us the total revenue in 61 million Philippine pesos per year, which is 1.6 million Singapore dollar. How the financial viability looks like. In our phase 0, this revenue will be 73K Singapore dollar per year, and then up to 481K Singapore dollar into in the second year. In the last stage, the revenue will reach to 1.6 million. The revenue, there will be in the net income, there will be minus 4,000 Singapore dollar for the first year, and the second year will be 49K Singapore dollar. And then lastly, we will reach to 84,000 Singapore dollar per year. And you can see from our cost structure, the main cost will be the labor cost, which includes the base salary, incentives, national health insurance, and group life insurance, and the proper PPE to protect our employees. This plan will need initial investment across 3 years, 333K Singapore dollar. And this will also ensure our employees have the right equipment and PPE to give them a safety working environment. The return of this plan will be 5.4 years.
Okay, to do this marketing strategy, we are going to focus on 4 audiences: the waste workers, the households, the government, and the companies. For the waste workers, we are going to promote the benefits of being part of the cooperative, and also that will give us to increase the affiliates. We are doing this via recognition programs and also sharing some testimonies on social media and website. We actually believe that by doing this, by sharing the current experience of the current co-workers, we are going to encourage the other volunteers to join our program. For the households, we are going to incentivize the waste segregation and providing education to tackle the lack of motivation they will have. We are doing this by door-to-door communication, providing some segregation structures, home segregation kit, and also encourage them by a rewards system. For the government, we are going to be an ally and a facilitator, help them to promote a city as a sustainable and a tourist attraction. And for the companies, we are going to partner them to help them achieve the ESG goals and help them to execute their own recycling programs. We also are aware that we will face some risk, but we are also worried about the mitigation strategies. Some potential risks maybe the local young dealers, maybe the households will prefer to sell their plastic waste, or we will have to meet some bias requirements. For them, we will partner initially with the local young dealers. We are going to have a scheduled collection system that will be weekly and an accurate and timely monitoring system. And also to meet the buyer's requirement, we are going to have standardized procedures to make us achieve the clean, dry, and sorted plastic. For people's risks, we will face member retention, absenteeism, and also safety concerns. For them, we are going to have a pay structure that will be fixed, and we will also have a variable system that will incentivize the daily collection of plastic. We're also building some strong community relationships, and we will have some standardized procedures and supply some protective equipment to tackle the safety concerns. This model is unique because it's focused on three main aspects. We are going to focus on a cooperative structure to ensure formal, sustainable, and equitable employment. We'll also have efficient door-to-door collection from the households to maximize the amount of high and low-value plastic that is being recycled. And we are not only focused on recycle, but also upcycle from phase 2 by collaborating with our partners and also utilizing the innovative technology. This gives us 4 reasons why this project is timely. There is an increased focus on sustainability now, especially from the government. There is a lack of decentralized efforts. All the efforts are mainly concentrated in Manila. There is a rising concern also in the waste collectors to have a safe work environment, and there's an increased awareness due to the climate change and increased awareness in waste management. This project, to sum up, will focus on 4 aspects. We are going to achieve inclusion and recognition for 150 workers because they will become actively an economically active population. We are going to give them recognition, and we will encourage them to develop new skills. We are going to reduce the annual cost in the city because we are going to improve the waste collection service and reduce the total waste transportation cost. We are going to have 80,000 households served by less accumulation, better waste treatment, and less worrisome on how to pick up the waste or also do the transportation. And finally, 3,600 tons per year of plastic waste will be diverted from landfills. That will reduce the informal dumping, and hence we will have less ocean waste. So at the end, with this model, we are going to generate a greater impact and also a greater impact in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 1, for the presentation. Now, let's move on to the Q&A session. Judges, please start the Q&A session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot, E-Force team, for this great presentation, very well put together. I had a couple of questions for you. Let me look into for a moment so I understand the model, your financial model. I think you were planning to collect about 3,500 tons, right? So the 3,500 tons, yeah, exactly. With your 150 employees, have you checked the capacity just to make sure that your costs are in line with what you actually plan to deliver from a revenue standpoint?
Did you mean the labor cost, the salaries?
Yeah, so I guess to collect 3,500 tons, right? How many people do you need? How many people have you taken into account in your financial model?
Okay, in this financial model, this is our last stage, which is our phase 2. In phase 2, we will have 150 waste workers who is already active, like informal. It's acting like informal waste work in current situation, and we will include them into our cooperative.
So these people collect, or they also work at your facility where you clean and sort the plastic?
They collect and they will also segregate. So the idea is that we go the door-to-door collection, and it will be scheduled weekly for one household. And then now they work from midnight, like 2 o'clock. But our schedule can be in the night, like 7 or 8. And in the afternoon, they can come to our workshop to do as a segregator, in the workshop to segregate and clean the garbage. That's the process.
Okay, and so 150 workers, is that enough to collect 3,500 tons of waste? Have you checked that?
Go ahead, Victor.
In our model, we considered the workers collectors specifically to go around 135 households per day, which is not enough, quite the right amount of workload for them.
So how much, okay, I did a quick math and it's about, I guess, per worker, right? It's slightly more than 100 kilos of I guess, clean plastics that they would need to collect. I don't have benchmarks, but how much does a individual waste collector typically collect on a daily basis? And how much do we think is realistic, both in terms of what's feasible, but also in terms of maintaining health and safety standard for these workers, right? Obviously, the more they have to collect, the more challenging it is on them. So what's the right amount? That's where I'm trying to get at is your model, have you checked your model from a capacity standpoint to ensure that your costs line up with your revenue?
So if I can add to that, so we did some amount of thinking about this because currently the informal waste workers, they are not just collecting garbage, they're actually going to garbage collection sites and, wading through the garbage to actually pick out these recyclables from them. So we are seeking to increase their efficiency by moving collection door to door. So instead of sorting through garbage to pick up recyclables, they would simply have to collect recyclables from households. So if a household, I think we estimated, generates about 700 to 800 grams of plastic per day, and if a waste worker is able to canvass about 130 households every day, then they would be able to meet about 1,000 kilos of plastic, sorry, not 1,000, 100 kilos of plastic every single day. But it would be more efficient because they would just be picking the plastic from the households in plastic bags or from the home segregation containers, so they don't have to spend as much time sorting through and selecting just the plastic recyclables from garbage. I think we'll have to do some more thinking about how feasible exactly that would be, but that was our thought process behind the numbers that we have currently.
Okay, so your model relies heavily on the education upstream of the households to provide the right stuff so that they don't need to sort through. Okay, I understand. I mean, yeah, if we had more time, I would be interested. I want the other judges to also ask their questions, but to understand a bit more about how you plan to do that, the education of the households to make sure that this happens consistently. And one suggestion is to do a sensitivity analysis to see, okay, if they end up collecting 50 kilos and not 100 kilos, what does that mean for our financial model? And how do we adjust for that? Thank you guys for the answers. I'd like my judges' friends to also ask their questions.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Very commendable effort, and thanks, Gilan, for the questions. My question is actually more on the longer term. So assuming that all your numbers are correct and it pays out in 5 years' time, and then it's like you have a sustainable model supporting these 150 waste collectors. But really, is that what we want to do? I mean, it's like beyond the 7 years, the 10 years, the 17 years, we have a 22-year-old is like collecting waste for 7 years, and then for the rest of his life, is this the career that we want him to continue on with? And what about his kids? And I'm asking this question is, I mean, while in the short term, it's like we say that we provide constant labor, better working conditions, stable income to these workers, to the society, I mean, the social impact. Is this really a segment of the economy we want to encourage to grow from 150 workers to 300 workers? And I'm posing that question probably not from the economic sense, but from the social impact. That have you guys considered that in the longer term, actually maybe a way to actually help in this problem is to actually get rid of the waste workers totally and actually provide them with skills such that they work elsewhere versus continue to collect plastic, to collect waste. And this not just impact the 22-year or 29-year-old, but it's generations, right? His 2 kids. I mean, what's really the longer term plan beyond the 7 years?
Yes, we have considered, and actually we talk about a lot about this. And besides, regards of this upskill scenario, we are going to provide them constant training with them. We actually rely that we don't want just to focus on the collectors, because as you already mentioned, in the long term, they maybe want to achieve other goals in their lives. So in that sense, we want also in the future, it is not in this this model, but in the future, maybe like around 10 years in a row, we are going to make them do some advisory as well. So maybe with all those training that they will gain, they will actually train the other people that will join to this model as well. And for the children, we are going to provide, because we are really worried about them, so we will provide them some facilities so that their children can also have some other opportunities. We are going to support them. We are going to give them some support. They are going to be there to actually share with other kids and to gain some recognition as well. And something that they are really worried about is actually to be recognized, and because they feel that this job is like a lack of dignity. So in that sense, we are going to encourage them to be part of this program, to make them part of this cooperative so that they have a regular job and to dignify the job they do, because it's really important. As we already mentioned in the beginning of the slides, Philippines and specifically Baguio has a really waste management problem. So in that sense, their role in the society, it's really important. So we want to make sure that all the households and also the community value that role they have.
So again, which means that you need to check your capacity, right? These 150 people, you want to train them, you want them to collect waste, whether they actually can cope. And again, it's like your financial model. It's like whether providing education to the kids and more facilities, whether it makes sense anymore. So I think probably let's go to the other judges who might have questions.
Okay, I will ask the following questions. I think following the early question raised by Gishan on the financial viability. So let me just be more specific. I believe that Daiwei mentioned the entire market sizing is about 26% of 14,400 tons of waste. So in your model, you basically assume that all these waste are going to be collected. So coming back to the earlier comment about sensitivity analysis, right, that will take great effort for any city or any village to be able to collect 100% of all the plastic wastage. I think that is a very ambitious assumption. So that is something that I think you can consider to work on.
Yes.
The second question I have is about the incremental salary. You mentioned that right now, the volunteer waste collector is enjoying 8,000 peso per month. And then after the cooperative structure, they are going to receive 12,000 per month, together with the national health insurance and group life insurance and so on. So I wonder, can you be more specific? Is it 12,000 including all the additional benefits? And how about the incremental salary over the years?
So basically, in our model, the base salary will be the same. So it will be 500 per day, 500 peso per day, which the minimum requirement of Philippines is 350, and we will provide the 500. And beyond that, there will be incentive in this chat, you can see will be incentives, which is depend on how much they collected. So it will be 20% of the revenue that they collect, every person collect. And then the beneficial will be beside that will be the insurance and the life insurance for the cooperative, and also the national health insurance.
That's right. So in this kind of projection model, you are basically assuming everything was status quo. So that goes back to earlier May's question, right? Because if you want to aspire people to really stay on the job, you do need to consider about incremental over the years, and you need to give them a very promising career path. So by just assuming everything will stay exactly the same and without considering even the inflation rate or even the bonuses and the reward, so these things would be probably less realistic when you come to the human resource management.
Understand. So we should be actually first of all, we need to do a sensitive analysis, and the second is should be also like to think about it in the periodical way that this actually we think about the to graded them in the people who have more experience have a higher basic salary, and for the people who is coming later there will be less salary. That was our initial plan, but was not right adjusted in this cash flow because I just put the maximum in this case. But yes, we should be find it in the incremental way in that sense. And as also beside that, the social part, I think social impact part is because of the cooperative, we want to have a community. So we want to use the power of the community to help them to not only think about the economic beneficial, but also their dignity, the respect from the citizens, and they are skill up or the growth for the future. Because it's a cooperative, so they have to manage the team by themselves. That will be help them to have the leadership or this thinking of the economic impact in their own cooperative. That's why we choose the cooperative.
That's right. So actually that leads to my third question. You know, because you choose the business structure as a cooperative, right? Yes. But in the design of the organizational chart, I don't see that how you are going to enforce this kind of collaboration among all the members. You feel like the organization structure is very flat. You can correct me if I assume wrongly. So, you know, in a cooperative environment compared to, like, for example, in Singapore, right? Why company register them as cooperative? They have very specific social, you know, outcome that they would like to achieve. And how do you actually put that social outcome as the way to incentivize the workers or even the community to collaborate in terms of giving them the prestige, giving them the recognition in terms of the workers? And then how do you even reward the household are being so collaborative? So I didn't see the uniqueness of cooperative, even though that you keep on using the term, but what is unique about collaborations among the workers as well as working with the community? Because in Singapore, when you call the company as cooperative, they know that the workers are going to be well taken care of. So when they are facing troubles and issues, okay, the company is going to come behind them, and even their family members are going to be supported. So this makes a cooperative very unique, right? Kind of structure compared to other business entities. And again, you know, coming to the capital budgeting, you seem to treat everyone the same. Is that the way to, you know, consider in terms of collaboration within the organization?
For the the capital part, yes, we were thinking about the equitable employment, which we take the example from Finland, that they have this cooperative that who is paying in a very equitable way, and then but they will be graded in the length of how long they're serving. Then they will have an incentive up on that. That's the model we take. for our part. For the cooperative part, Anisha or Melissa, you want to have more?
Yeah, I think for the cooperative, I agree with you, Prof. Wena, that with the cooperative, the members of the cooperative need to be really sure that the cooperative will stand for them, and that's where that's why we picked the organization structure of a cooperative. And yes, initially we do think that this is going to be a really flat organizational structure because it's fairly new. But as the years progress, we want people to gain experience. We want people to gain respect so that they can move from just being collectors or segregators to maybe managing teams of collectors and segregators and taking on these responsibilities, which are currently not available to them as unorganized, informal waste workers. So one of the reasons I think why we talked a lot about a cooperative, we discussed different sorts of cooperative structures, but we eventually decided that to understand what sort of cooperative structure would most be suitable for Baguio, we'd actually need to be there on the ground to understand, whether it's a flat structure that will work or do these workers need more hierarchy at the beginning. And that is something that we'd need to talk directly to the people who would be involved to identify.
All right, I'll give time to Jochen.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I think you are muted.
Can you?
Yes, yes. Oh, sorry, not again. Sorry, can't hear you. Maybe you can put it in the chat or you come up.
Okay,
again.
let me just maybe jump on because I really have this burning question in my heart. And when you talk about the partners, right, there are two partners. One is Tuplan and one is the Green Ants. I would like to ask, have you done the feasibility analysis with these two partners? How likely would they be willing to partner with you? And how likely is this 35% of the profit sharing from Green Ants? You didn't mention about Tuplan's profit sharing, so I didn't capture that part.
Victor, would you like to take Green Ants?
For our initial conversation with Green Ants, they have proposed this community eco hub, wherein we will be having a 35% share from that. The 30% will be going to Green Ants, and another 35% will be going to their partner investors for the eco hub.
This is included in their initial proposal package.
Okay.
So for the Tuplan, we tried to reach them, but we couldn't. But the thing is, they are the recycle plants. So this we find out that they are priced in their website, and also their the capacity, where they are located, and we also calculate the logistic cost and also the capacity that they can take. That's why we choose this partner. But the Green Ants, we actually talked to them.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Are you
yes.
Hey, very good. So quickly, so my fellow judges ask all the very good questions about data and facts. Congratulations again. 2 questions. Question number 1, why did you sign up to do it? Question number 2, will you do it? Because that's now our plan, but we are here to make some history. So I want to know from you, is it just a plan on paper, or are you really taking it up?
So if I can take that. So we signed up to do it because all of us are very interested in sustainability, and I think when we saw the topic, we thought that yay, we can take all of our experiences from different parts of the world and come up with something interesting. But I think as we did the project, we focused on this one particular city, primarily because one of us lives there. So Victor is from Baguio. And so this project then became very personal to Victor, to the rest of us as well. And even as our conversations went on through the couple of weeks, we went from, okay, this is what we should do, to here's what we're doing. So I think at the end of this process, we're very much interested in taking this forward. If we do win, that's a big if, but if we do win, that prize money will definitely be invested in doing some feasibility studies according to all of the wonderful suggestions that we've gotten from the judges already. So yeah, so I think as of now, definite plan in the works.
So no feasibility studies, plan is a plan until you see reality and then it hits you in the face.
Yeah.
You do it. And I really would like to see you in the Straits Times that you come up with something that you really make it happen, because otherwise you just wasted your time and my Saturday. So please do it. Okay.
So we need a fund. We need a fund. We even think about where we can fund, and we even think about what kind of a role we can be really initiated this plan. We can't be the member of the cooperative, but we will be the consultant and we will charge low.
Well, you're entrepreneurs always find solutions, massive difficulties, but that's your job. If you take it serious, and this is between being lectured or really make it happen. So that's
Yes.
entrepreneur or the follower. You choose.
Team 1, time is up. Thank you, Team E4 and judges. Coming up next is Team Nature Under Siege from NUS Business School. They are going to share that they take a compound transition in the waste pickers to formal sector while tackling plastic waste. Team 2, you can start your speech now.
We don't see the slides yet. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thanks for the time for all the judges and the students. We are the team from NUS, Nature Under Siege. And we have Spencer, Shruti, Jeremy, and myself, Fred. We're so excited to share with you our ideas. It takes a compound transitioning the waste pickers to formal sector while tackling plastic waste. And let's get started by telling you a story. If you go to the next page, we're going to share a story of the hero, Priyato. As you can see on the left side of the slides, Priyato is a waste picker working in Eastern Semarang in Indonesia. As you can see from the picture, what he does on a day-to-day basis is go to the landfills to collect the waste and exchange for the money. He works about 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. On a good days, he earns about $3 to $7 a day. On bad one, he can hardly find himself make ends meet. And even worse, because he works in very hazardous conditions, sometimes he feels uncomfortable to work. But he has to work because he knows if he doesn't work today, he has no money to buy food tomorrow. He has no friends to help him, simply because no one wants to make friends with him. He feels very isolated and insecure. And what I wanted to say is Priyato is not alone. He's just one of the 1,000 waste pickers in Eastern Semarang and one of the 2.7 million waste pickers in Indonesia. It's a big group. And let's get to know the group better. The 2.7 million waste pickers in Indonesia, they're very itinerant and nomadic, which means that they work and live in a very insecure living condition. And this group are highly marginalized and discriminated by the public or even by the police. One of the main reasons is because they don't have official identity, which also excludes them financially and also socially. They are highly vulnerable with very low access to their safety needs. And their income stream highly depends on other players in the whole waste management value chain. And last but not least, they are not protected by the government welfare. And this is just talking about the waste pickers if you look at about the waste management. And the problem can be more complex if we look at the environmental impacts. And here we're looking at the environmental impact, mainly focusing on Indonesia. And let's go to the next slide. We're particularly focusing on the waste management and the environmental impacts, especially the plastics in Indonesia. And here's why. Indonesia is currently the second biggest contributor of ocean plastic in Asia after China. The waste collecting costing is very inefficient, which is about 40% to 50% higher as compared to the peer countries. And 13% of the waste comes from the low value plastics. The Indonesian government in the current years has come up with a strong support and desire to reduce the plastics by 70%, has already put $1 billion on a year-on-year basis to achieve so. And if we shift our eyes to the right side on the diagram, we can see on the current Indonesian waste management situation, there are 61% of the waste are not being collected, and informal sectors are only collecting 17%. The recycling rate is about 10%. There are 47% of the waste are being burned, and 9% of the waste are going to the seawater. And what we're trying to achieve is to increase the recycling rates and reducing the amount of waste going to the sea. And how are we going to address that? Here, introducing our idea, the kampung concept. If we move on. Here, introducing the concept of the kampung model. What is kampung? Kampung in the Indonesian language means a natural village or community center. So we're trying to build a kampung for the waste pickers in Indonesia. And the kampung works as a model purchasing hub and a halfway house. So this is not just a hub buying the waste, but also providing a career path for the waste pickers. There's also a strong encouragement and focus on the low value plastics, which can be very harmful to the environment. And the kampung is not just as a commercial ties, but a conduit for the change to the waste pickers, to the community, and to the environment. And if you look at the right side, those waste pickers joining our kampung, we're rebranding them as a kitoran. And we will issue them identity and the PPE to protect their health and safety. The kitorans will also have access to use the health insurance, the screening check by gaining the credit systems. I will explain that in the next couple of slides. And the kitoran will feel them the sense of belongings, but being integrated to the community. So by introducing this kampung concept, we're trying to reduce the ocean-bound plastics while addressing the needs of the kitorans. And how are we going to achieve that? I'm going to hand over to my friend, Spencer.
Thank you very much, Fred. So initially, we have chosen Semarang as our target city. And how we would do that is that we would set up our kampung within Semarang. And this initial funding will come from either Asian Development Bank, Village Capital, or Circulate Initiative, corporations that have shown willingness to support ideas that will reduce waste and also help marginalized communities. And then we really come to the crux of how we will do this. We will establish contracts with waste management companies acting for multinationals who have set very high goals in how they will produce their packaging and reduce waste overall in the coming years. These companies are willing to pay a premium to get recycled materials into their production stream, but they're currently not doing so. So if we can ensure them that they will have a steady flow of materials, we can get that premium paid to us. For instance, Nestle have said that they will want to have 50% recycled or renewable plastics in their packaging by 2025, but they're only currently in the single digits of that. Coca-Cola, meanwhile, have huge production facilities in Indonesia and are desperate for ways to meet the targets they have set to their investors and shareholders. So we hope, thank you. Next, we will incentivize the collection of low-value plastics and enable its disposal. Previously, kitorangs have focused on the high value. By providing them a higher income for what they're collecting, we can encourage them to collect the low-value plastics at the same time. As they do so, they will be issued credits. Now, the low-value plastics also have another benefit. Currently, Indonesia is investing in waste-to-energy plants, but because of the product mix they're getting, they're quite inefficient. If we can start collecting the low-value plastics, we're actually helping the waste-to-energy plants function better and be more efficient overall. So we're taking waste away, which could be going into the oceans, and we're actually using it to produce energy. Next, how does it support the kit run? Well, the credit scheme is there to incentivize them to maybe migrate away from being a kit run. So we will, of course, provide them with health insurance, which they were previously lacking, but we will also encourage them to use the credits they gain for vocational training, such as becoming a welder or a mechanic or the likes. Also, by being part of an organization rather than on their own, we're making them visible in the community, hoping to reduce their stigma. And also, as Indonesia ramps up its formal waste collection, which it's currently lacking, we hope that we'll be able to provide the government or the different organizations that may get into this formal waste collection with a knowledgeable and trained workforce. Obviously, all of this means nothing if we don't have the numbers. And to back that up, Jeremy will take us on.
Next slide, please. Right. So now let's talk about the financial, how we set up and how do we look at the operational costs. So right off, when we first set our compound, there is going to be something like 215,000 in terms of cost. And in order for us to maintain a compound, in order for us to set the employees, the upkeep and the administration costs, that's going to cost us another 145,000. So all in all, cost in 1 year will be about 360,000, of which 215,000 belongs to the setup and 180,000 belongs to the operation cost. So we are actually looking at running costs at about 150K a year. And this will actually provide our staff not just with employment, but also health insurance, vocational training, and PPE to our Kitorang, which is really important. Next slide, please. So we come back to our dear friend Priyanto, who we mentioned earlier on that he was suffering, he was barely making ends meet, he really find problem living from day to day. And now Priyanto has joined us as a Kitorang. Ever since Priyanto joined us, now his income has become stabilized because our setup actually helped him to ensure that the monthly price of all the plastic waste and our all kinds of waste will actually be balanced, and his work hours have actually decreased because his hourly wage has actually increased. And because of that, he is also able to take out his compound card to show people, to show the police, to show the resident, to show them that I am a Kitorang. I am part of this community and I'm not here to make trouble. I'm not a social problem anymore. And now he only have to spend on average about 4 days a week picking on all kinds of waste, and about 1 day per day, 1 day per week in order to pick plastic waste, which will qualify him for credits to look at healthcare plans and to get training under the compound. So this is how his life is going to change. Next, please. And the one thing that would be stopping us from creating this into a real business would be the major risk. There are a few major risks that we are looking at, which we are really concerned about. And if we could actually settle this, then we could make this into a real business effort. We could turn this into a reality. So first thing is we actually split it under different severity. So as you can see in the diagram in the middle, A, B, and C. A is red, which is the most severe and likely. B is yellow, so it's a medium risk, and C is a lower risk. So A, there could be price instability due to waste management and companies' competition and market fluctuation. So because we are a price taker and not a price setter, so how we want to mitigate this would be to work with the big producers, to enter into long-term contract, to look at agreeable prices so that we can keep things stable and keep things workable. The second part of this would be the lack of government resource for finance and to support us in our effort. So what we want to do is we keep our business model on a very conservative manner. And that's also what you can see in our finance. We have not mentioned on very ambitious kind of workflow or volume. We are only servicing 750 key torrents to a single center. And with this, we actually have a very conservative view, and we will have a lot of revenue, which we will use and channel into more growth. But we want our core segments, the key parts, to be viable so that it will be independent of any financial risk. And then the third part would be whether our waste pickers will actually want to join us and make a career progression. So we know that there will always be a phase of early adopters, and then there will be a phase of early majority following it. So the question is, how do we actually change the lives of our waste pickers to make them into super fans, to tell them about the current job, to their friends, to their family, to everyone they know, so that it actually forms as a soft advertisement for us in order for our business to grow. So next, Shruti will be telling us the actual communal benefits that we are bringing about.
I'm going to sum up the story now. We're going to bring this to full circle. So our solution is very simple, it's effective, and it is so easy that it's literally plug and play. But at the heart of its solution is both the Kitterang and the environment. Our solution basically easily integrates both the upstream and the downstream, and basically, also has a lot of stakeholders in it. But that doesn't mean that we've created a solution that is not easy to scale or become more sustainable. The very simple effects here are with the upskills program, right? So it is giving the Kitterang a pathway to formal employment. It is, as Spencer said, it is very easily replicable because the multinationals and the WTE plans have lofty goals and have a support system that already plugs into a model neatly. And as the environmental scale that shows, with only 5 compounds, we can reduce the low-value plastic leaking into the ocean by 17% in a city of Semarang size. Community engagement, as Kitterangs become more mainstream, it means that the recycling rates are increasing and the community sentiments towards the Kitterangs is increasing. And the kicker here is that we can save the Indonesian government over 2.1 billion just by adequate collection and sorting. I want to quickly finish the story of Priyanto because that is the important part of our story. So Priyanto is no longer working for the compound. He has used our education credits and became a welder, but that doesn't mean he's not a proud alumni. He's coming in and he's making a living, and he's talking about the greener aspects of living to anybody that will listen to. And with this happy ending.
Sorry, team 2, time is up. Now, let's move to Q&A session. Please let me remind you that when time is up, all the speakers will be muted. Now, judges, please start Q&A session. Thank you.
Maybe this time I start first, just in case I'll not be here again. All right. So big thanks again for taking the time and thinking through a problem and try to come up with a solution. First, unconventional question. What do you do with the money if you win?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
What do you do with the money in case you win?
There is money.
Is there money?
That's a good question, Prof. I think if we do win, in the process of working through this idea, we've realized that how simple it is and how easy it is to kind of implement. And what we already did a little bit of groundwork, and we went through a lot of research while doing this. And we actually think there's probably a chance to kind of get this model off ground. And we've also looked at some corporate partners that can help us kind of achieve this. And that's where some of the prize money will go to.
Okay. Can you say that in one sentence? Where does the money go?
The money will go to the compound.
Okay, good. So you mentioned about some risks. They were quite good. How about the risk of picking up the waste? So I understood 17% is collected as of today, but 61% actually is not collected. So is your expectation that the waste to be collected has the same effort? Because I believe once there are more people picking up the waste, it will be more difficult to get also the waste together. Also looking at the multinationals, they will invest more and more into their biodegradable solutions. So how did you consider that kind of aspect?
Can I take this one, team?
Yes.
So I think you're absolutely right in that I think all our hopes is that multinationals particularly will take responsibility down the line. And I don't think we see this as a solution forever, but we see it more as not quick fix is the wrong word because that has negative connotations, but something that can be implemented immediately and start having an effect almost immediately as soon as it's set up. And we also hope that it will inspire people to do better. It's not that we are going to become the most profitable company. That's not the goal. In fact, some waste collection companies will probably, or other junk dealers may feel threatened by what we're doing. But if that leads to the kit rank having better possibilities and more waste being collected, we don't really see that as a harm, but a benefit to all.
Absolutely, because it's a social impact business. So you look into killing yourself, so to say, in a business sense, so that you do not have any more waste to collect. But then, if you know that, you have a responsibility, right? So your waste collectors are now your trusted employees, and you need to take care of them afterwards, because otherwise they stand with nothing, no job. So it's very important to look into multiple revenue streams. Maybe once it gets more and more into the transition phase, at the beginning you have quick wins, maybe let's call it like this, but what's happening after with them? Because they don't come alone, they have wives, they have kids, and we do not want to let them alone in the rain. Yeah, but good presentation, and yes.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say, so we estimate that about 10%, if one company has 750 individuals working for it, let's say, about 10% of that will probably take up the vocational program initially. And it will take about 1 to 2 years maybe to upskill someone or train them in a new field. As it grows, we'll probably be able to have partners that can train them in even more diverse areas. Mm-hmm. We're not going to get everyone away from waste picking, given that it's 1% of Indonesia's population. But if we can help, a fraction of that move and have mobility, I think that's admirable goal.
Maybe one just a quick idea on that one. So once there is less waste, maybe you want to turn them into their competence that could deliver something. So that means maybe they once worked together with the Coca-Cola companies to deliver the bottles and pick them up again. So then they have a close relationship, and the whole thing becomes a community and a partnership. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, I would just like to add on a little. So one key point is that we are not just increasing their pay and welfare. We are also giving them training. We want to skill them up. In our example, we actually talk about Priyanto, who actually learns to become a welder, and he has an alternative career. So the profits from converting plastics from waste to value is actually going into training of these people, into the social welfare of these people. Our objective is to enable their lives, is to change their lives. And eventually they will seek their own path. But let's say if they want to, they can still stay with us as waste collectors, and we want to give them some basic welfare guarantee. But it is actually better for them if they can actually move on to society with useful skills to contribute in alternative manners as well.
Thanks for answering.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, team. One question, can you explain to me again, how do you get to your 30% price premium versus the market? And who's gonna buy this, and why will they pay 30% more? Do you have a higher quality? Do you have a more reliable supply chain? And if yes, I would like to understand how. And I also would like to hear your thoughts about the infrastructure and the logistics, right? Which in Indonesia is a challenge. So how has this been taken into account in your model? Thank you.
Maybe I'll take this one as well. So based on our research, right now under the informal sector, the structure is a bit loose, but there is something like about 11 different layers from the waste picker to ultimate buyer. So each of these layers actually will take on revenue. They take a cut from each other and then they consolidate and then they move on to the next layer. So what we want to do is to actually skip all these layers and we connect directly from our waste picker to our ultimate buyer. And there is also one thing, which is the sorting of the waste. Because when waste are sorted properly, it immediately doubles in value. So what was usually $1 would become $2 after we sort them into the different value, into the different materials, and we sell it to the right customers. So our 30% is actually a very gross underestimation, because we still consider that we have to support our logistics, we have to support our warehousing. So these are costs that we use to undermine on our margin, but we still place it at a 30% increment.
If I could just add on a bit, sorry.
Yeah, Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, I could just add on a bit. I think just now what Jeremy has mentioned is basically there are multiple layers. What we're trying to do is actually try to flatten the current systems. By doing that, we can work as a compound and directly work with those MNCs, have these incentives on the ESG and the plastic waste reductions. And with that doing so, the incentive will help us to gain the premiums. And I think you brought up a very good point in terms of the logistic infrastructure. Indonesia is a very fragmented places. And that's probably we need to do a bit more study to understand how we wanted to roll out the plans. Probably we're thinking to start with some of the target cities. And with more resources and the financing being gained, we can probably look at the more remote areas at a later stage.
And one of the reasons that we've targeted the cities that we targeted, for example, Semarang and also Surabaya, I didn't have the chance to kind of talk about that in my final speech, is basically because they have already existing infrastructures. For example, waste to energy plants are coming in these cities. And also Coca-Cola, Unilever, and these companies already have and Spencer has the numbers, exact numbers, to kind of already invest in these cities and kind of, meet their targets. Spencer, if you want to exactly give us some of the statistics that we have talked about.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a very, very valid question. And it comes down to two things. It's, the price between virgin plastic, for instance, PET, and recycled. Now, that obviously fluctuates over time. And at some points, virgin plastic is a lot cheaper. I think the issue for many of the companies is that it's not an option for them any longer. And we've looked at sort of historically the price differential between virgin plastic and recycled plastic ran about 30%, but they can't take that saving. Currently, it's about 1-to-1, but if I look historically, it's been the same. So that's where we get that number from, is that the companies are forced to do it just from an ESG standpoint of commitments they've made, maybe not in Indonesia, but globally. And then the other thing is that if you look at, for instance, Coca-Cola, the cost of a bottle within the whole, let's say, a bowl of Coca-Cola, it's about 10%. So if you increase that by 30, yes, it's an increase in cost, but it's already a commitment they've made to do, and they're struggling to get, as you pointed out, a steady supply of recyclable material to use in these recycled bottles. So that's our hope. But I agree it needs perfectly more study to see if it will work.
All right, thank you.
Team, thanks, a very commendable effort. Can you go to the financial page? It's like, I'm not clear. This is based on how many waste pickers that you guys are targeting. And I mean, again, it's like, just want to check. It's like, if you say that you eventually want to touch the 2.7 million waste pickers, here it's really an assumption of how many?
So right here, I'll take this question, team. So right here, we've assumed that each compound has about 750 workers, and all the numbers, for example, even for setting up a compound or building a compound and the setup cost are roughly the Indonesian real estate prices and the cost of setting up an industry prices that we have researched, that we've kind of moved to USD for better understanding and standardizing of costs. And yeah, so every compound basically assumes that we have 750, and our initial pilot is 5 compounds as of now.
So in the city is 750 people that you're impacting?
Yes, into 5, which is 3750.
And what's the payout? How many years does this break even?
So for us, would you want to take that, Spencer, or should I take that?
Yeah, sure. The running costs of a compound should break even year one. Now, the setup cost is where we would seek funding, and that would sort of be a sunk cost. Now, we have baked in the fact that we should be making about a 20% profit, and that's a buffer. So if we take that into account, the setup cost of one compound would pay off in about five years.
So it pays out 5 years and impacts 3,750 people.
Yeah.
As a pilot. Yes.
As a pilot.
Yes. So, but it is easily replicable. And once we can show the proof of concept, I'm sure it would not take a lot of time to kind of replicate the same model and have, depending on the purchasing agreements and also our relationship with the government there, which we think will be tricky at the start. But I think it can be worked through. I think it is definitely easier to replicate.
I just want to caution the team to really think through all the costs, right? It's like you assume that the many layers, the 11 layers, you can actually flatten it. You assume that you'll be able to give training to the waste pickers to eventually become like a welder or a carpenter. You assume a lot of things which you really need. It's like all the stars to be aligned. So I just want to caution that the cost might be higher than what you guys think. Yeah, just do a thorough sensitivity check and really do an MTV on this. Yeah.
Could I just respond quickly to that? So the healthcare costs are based on Indonesian cost of healthcare per capita on a yearly basis. I've broken it down. We have broken it down monthly. The training seeks to sort of look at if you see that, and that's per person, obviously, doing the training. If we had people come in, given what the wages in Indonesia, we most likely can pay for someone to come in and train these individuals at these costs. I fully agree with you that costing has to be considered, but these are taken from the data within Indonesia that seem applicable. Like our own workers' costs are about 400 a month, which is a good medium to good salary for a low-skilled worker within Indonesia.
And one thing that we have to consider when we're also considering training and training, especially, is that not all of the 750 people initially would sign up for training. They would continue to be in the system for a while, and we've assumed that about 40 to 60 people might graduate the kampong every year per kampong.
Yeah, just I mean, if I be cautious and run some sensitivity.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to add on to the question just being raised by Sokme, I think one way that I look at the uniqueness of this model is that you are actively trying to engage the MNCs, and MNCs are actually quite resourceful, and they may also wanted to do their own CSR program in some of these local communities. So I'm wondering whether the team is thinking about, try to get, the support from MNCs in supporting in the education and training and upskill beyond just collecting the waste. Is there something that the team could actually, plan to do? And the follow-up question for that would be, then your financial budgeting actually have to take consideration of corporate engagement. So you may not just want to have administrators, but you may want to have high-level strategic liaison officers or managers that are able to, formulate or foster this kind of friendly, discussion and long-term collaboration with MNCs.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can take this one. Can we go to the page with the logos? Yeah, so it really is impacted based on how we want to start this up. So firstly, the capital that we are looking at, they are not just capital that just give money for investment, for equity, for profit, but we are also looking at people who are dedicated towards actually formation of a social purpose. So we are working with these people that we, firstly, of course, we want our ROI, but then we also want to maintain that there is a main reason for us to do this, which is our social endeavor. So when we look at our sales channel, when we look at our supply chain, of course, we are also looking at the major MNCs, Coca-Cola, Unilever, Nestle, Danone. And of course, they also have infrastructure. But it would be too much for us to presume at this point that we are of a sufficient size to actually impact these MNCs. We are only a price taker. We are only a collaborative partner to them right now. And what we need to do is to create value. We need to be sustainable first. We need to be able to then create value for these companies before we can look at further things that could actually deliver a bigger impact, things that actually have a wider social influence. This will definitely be things that we want to look at in the future, but we want to just look at our first step first to make sure that all these things is feasible. At the heart of this, we want to make sure that our Kitorangs, right now, they can get the social welfare, they can get the treatment as a human before we look at how we can actually improve the standing of MNCs and so on. So all these things definitely would come together. There should be a plan for it, but I think there is also a matter of priority for us right now.
Absolutely. And while we've, and to your point, actually, while we are researching this whole model, I think one thing we also did is, I think the kind of partners that you see on this slide right now are obviously filtered through multi-step discussions. But we've actually initially divided our partners into capital partners, value chain partners, and also corporate partners that could form a part of this value chain at multiple places. And we assume that the Kampang in the long run will create interventions across the value chain from waste collection to disposal, and also even upskilling the Kittarang. So that is a long-term model, but I completely agree with Jeremy. We want to understand the proof of concept of this model first and have security and safety of the Kittarang at the heart of it initially.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I feel what I agree with what Shruti and Jeremy has mentioned. So maybe at the start, the first 2 to 3 years, we can focusing on what we have to make it sustainable. And eventually, I totally agree that we can leverage on the MNC, not just on the waste collections, but on the employment, career opportunities. Those like what we mentioned, the Coca-Cola, the delivery orders. We do see some of the MNCs, they are in this field. There are opportunities, I think, not necessarily contradicting. We can try to find a way how we can actually collaborate with the MNC to further expand our ideas and look at more revenue streams as well. Thanks for bringing that.
Yeah. Okay, so in that case, I would actually suggest that these slides can be improved a little bit further by specifying what are the specific things that you can be contributed by specific MNCs. Just like what your team has just now mentioned, right? You can contribute in terms of capital or the VC or even different kind of recycling products that they can actually buying, and what is the current market price that they are buying. So you'll be more explicit in terms of understanding the partnership.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 2, and thank you, judges, for your insightful questions. Now, let's take a quick break and be back in 5 minutes later.
can choose to do the beachhead and go deeper and penetrate more.
Hello, who is speaking?
Right? Okay, but assuming that
No, buddy, you can continue your music, Joanna.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have a good break. Let me remind you that we are on live on YouTube now. The YouTube live link is shared in the chat box. We are welcome to invite your friends to watch together. Now, I believe everyone is excited on what's coming next. So let's move on 13. So to INSEAD from INSEAD Business School. They are going to integrate the informal sector in remote islands for plastic recycling. Team 3, please start your presentation if you are ready. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can we have the slides up? Okay. Yep. So good morning. We are Sustainsead. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And over the next 15 minutes, we'll present our solution to reduce ocean-bound plastic waste by addressing the informal waste sector on Indonesia's rural and remote areas. We are a team of MBA candidates from INSEAD, and all of us have interest and some form of experience in the theme of sustainability. Indonesia is the key focus for today's presentation because it is representative of a country that faces the challenge of growing plastic waste. Sorry, could you have the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. Which can be mitigated by involving the informal waste sector. Most importantly, the Indonesian government is determined to tackle its environmental problems, setting ambitious goals towards its conservation efforts. The country is currently the second largest contributor of plastic waste in the world. This creates a big environmental impact on marine life and biodiversity, as well as threatens key industries. For our analysis and solution, we will focus on rigid plastic waste, such as PET bottles, due to its higher recycling value vis-a-vis other forms of plastic waste. We also look specifically at rural and remote Indonesia, because large amounts of plastic waste are improperly disposed in these areas, for example, through open burning and leakage into the sea. This is due to the lack of recycling infrastructure, among many other reasons. In addition, the informal waste sector in these regions is limited in scale compared to larger cities, providing opportunities for our solution to help it grow and help it integrate. Plastic waste recycling in rural and remote Indonesia currently faces three main problems. Firstly, there's little awareness for the need for recycling, and there's low participation in the informal waste sector. This causes plastic waste to accumulate, and often some of them make their way into the ocean. The lack of participation in the informal waste sector is also due to plastic price fluctuation. Measures need to be taken to reduce price volatility and to cultivate sustained economic viability for participants. Lastly, the infrastructure to transport plastic waste out of these islands for recycling is massively lacking, which explains why hardly any waste collection for recycling is done in the first place. We believe the solution to addressing these problems hinges on a sustainable plastic waste recycling ecosystem, where the Indonesian government is the keystone, connecting various stakeholders in policy, tech, logistics, and infrastructure to the other stakeholders along the recycled plastic value chain. More on this will be touched on in our recommendations.
Thanks, Michael. As outlined on the previous slides, we are aiming to address the plastic waste issue in remote and rural areas by creating a value chain which currently doesn't exist. Due to the lack of such value chain, the emergence of the informal sector in those areas has been very slow. We see this combined with the volatile income generated for the informal sector as main obstacles to achieving higher recycling rates and to significantly reduce the amount of rigid plastic which end up in rivers and oceans. We are aiming to close this gap by introducing three stakeholders into the value chain, each with different roles, different interests, and different incentives. First of all, the informal sector. The informal sector seeks to stabilize a source of income and to improve their welfare and general standard of living as well as improve their community recognition. They are a major actor in the proposed value chain as they collect the plastic through both open area collection as well as curbside collection where no formal collection is available. Second, the transfer stations. The transfer stations are the central part of communication and interaction between the informal sector and the connecting infrastructure. It is supervised by the government and its services are either provided by the government employees or contracted parties such as NGOs. Their key interests are aligned with the national and local political agenda on waste reduction and the general improvement of health and safety for the informal sector and local communities. The transfer stations buy the plastic waste from the informal sector for a fixed price and consolidate volumes for shipment via the connecting infrastructure. They are further handling the payments to the informal sector. And finally, the connecting infrastructure. The connecting infrastructure builds on the private sector, in particular logistics solution providers, by utilizing excess capacity of return routes to transport aggregated plastic waste from remote and rural areas to regional hubs. They're incentivized through public awareness as well as through mitigation of increased pollution resulting from their business model. As previously mentioned by Michael, there are significant differences between urban and rural areas in terms of plastic waste recycling due to the obstacles described earlier in our presentation. The center of our approach is to remove those obstacles by introducing the transfer stations. The transfer stations act as a local market maker for recycled plastic waste. They incentivize the informal sector by establishing a fixed purchase price for collected plastic that eliminate the short-term price swings and that are leading to predictable earnings. They further eliminate the sometimes untrustworthy intermediaries in the waste management sector, which will lead to an increase per kilogram collected waste of up to 35% for the informal sector. Summarizing, the transfer stations increase the overall efficiency of the ecosystem for plastic collection and recycling in remote areas and improve opportunities for the involvement of the local sector. In addition, the transfer stations can provide further services, which include providing education and tools for the informal sector to increase health and safety. While we believe these transfer stations need to be under the supervision of the public sector, the actual operation can be in the longer run transferred to NGOs, community organizations, or the private sector. Moving to the next slide. One integral part of our proposal is that the market price for recycled plastic, and with that the input material, collected PET, is significantly more volatile in the short run than it is in the long run. This short-run volatility is a key issue in the eyes of the informal sector as it makes income unpredictable. However, we believe this can easily be bridged by larger organizations or the government. We further believe that based on the data we have analyzed, a fixed price can be achieved cost neutral as gains and losses offset each other, despite accounting for a 3% annual price inflation. Given that there is no alternative for the informal sector to sell outside of our proposed value chain in remote locations, even in times where prices spike, the informal sector will continue to sell via the transfer stations. Moving to the involvement of the private sector. Throughout the world, but also in Indonesia, we see an increase of private sector support and activity in cleaning up the excess waste produced by the products of large global corporates such as Coca-Cola or P&G. Another sector which is currently less involved, but a similar producer of waste, is e-commerce and its related logistics solutions provider. We believe by integrating the logistics solutions providers into our value chain, we can address the challenges of limited connections between rural and remote areas and larger hubs. We've exemplified this on the next slide. We suggest using the excess capacity on the return routes of existing delivery routes to transport plastic from remote areas to larger aggregation hubs, which connect them to the formal recycling sector. We believe that this comes at a very limited extra cost for the logistics provider, and it can be part of a broader incorporation of the private sector into the government strategy to fight climate change and pollution. The public sector has further tools to incentivize private companies, such as potential future partial set-off of future carbon tax to include them in the value chain. But of course, there's also many non-monetary benefits for the private sector. For example, the public validation of their green efforts, no direct exposure to the high risk associated with waste handling businesses, and which is corruption, health and safety issues, and no direct ownership or risk of the transported plastic goods. And with that, I'll hand over to Matilda, who will walk us through the impact assessment.
Thank you, Toby. All right, we talked about our solutions details. So why our solution makes sense? It creates positive impacts from economic, environmental, social, and governance standpoints. For the economic, With the government-led market creation, the plastic recycling sector will be able to further integrate to capture more demands and supplies, generating additional monetary returns and providing employment opportunities. From the environmental perspective, the collection of plastics and return to the economic activities will help to reduce material extraction in long term and to enable proper management of the plastic wastes, also prevents direct and indirect pollutions to the land, water, and air. From the social perspective, by offering the set of solutions we proposed, the informal sector in the rural and remote areas will be able to enjoy better income and work condition. And more broadly, it will also improve other people's living condition in the future due to the positive environmental impact. So last is about the governance. By actively playing the keystone role, Indonesian government will be able to connect different stakeholders to work together. The government will set up the processes and governance structure in partnerships with international institutions and gradually engage the communities to own the process. So in summary, by executing the recommendations, Indonesia will progress in several sustainable development goals. All right, so we talked about the positive impacts from the ESG perspective. There are lots of benefits. So we analyzed some of those in a quantitative manner to forecast the outcomes by 2040. So by tackling the rigid plastic alone in the rural and remote areas, it will give us an annual revenue of USD 58 million for the informal sector. It will also create more than 26,000 direct job opportunities and reduce the green gas emissions by 4.7 million tons per year. On top of that, it also generates the annual ecosystem value of more than 200 million USD. So all those sounds amazing, but how are we going to execute those? Xiaochen will take you through.
Thank you, Matilda. So what are the activities and resources required to make it happen? We mapped the implementation with its short, medium, and long-term measurements. Specifically, we zoomed into scalability, financial viability, informal sector participation, and operational efficiencies. First, in terms of scale, this solution could be tested at selected rural and remote areas, focusing on rigid plastic for recycling at the beginning. As a start, transfer stations and short-term agreements with logistics providers could be piloted. Success of such pilots could attract more interest from all stakeholders and help to scale the idea to an Indonesian-wide solution. In the long run, Indonesian governments could aim to become the center of excellence, a role model for other countries to replicate at scale. Next, we identified potential sources of funding to enable the solution. In the pilot phase, we could verify the effectiveness of our suggested revenue stream. Also, financial support may be sought by establishing partnership with global NGOs and development banks who are interested in this topic. In the long run, with advancing technology, we hope to identify other valuable plastic recyclables and expand the model to other revenue streams. Thirdly, we must monitor how well our solution could make the market, or how well our solution could enable the informal sector to take part and participate. In the beginning, it would be encouraging to see the collaborations between transfer stations and communities. Such collaboration should then progress into civil societies or self-governing community groups to coordinate plastic collection and recycling activities. In the long run, our solution could become a normalized routine practice that exists commonly in most rural and remote areas in Indonesia. Lastly, for operations and efficiency, this could be iteratively improved from pilot phase to larger geographical coverage. It would also be ideal to explore digital integration of this solution, for instance, to leverage digital platforms and tools to handle collection, tracking, and payment in the long run. Inevitably, risk may arise from resource constraints, market volatility, and mismanagement. Some of the risks we have considered include health and safety concerns, governance challenges, insufficient economic incentives for some stakeholders in the beginning, and lack of resources such as land scarcity and insufficient waste processing facilities. To mitigate these risks, proper planning and execution are necessary. Also, forging strategic partnership with domain experts and global NGOs could be an effective instrument. In conclusion, our proposed solution could effectively involve informal sector, stabilize their income, and utilize logistics capacity. Our solution aims to create a plastic recycling ecosystem and positions Indonesian government as a keystone to address the challenges faced by informal sector and to reduce ocean-borne plastic waste. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Team 3. Now, let's move to Q&A session. Judges, please start Q&A session. Thank you.
Probably I will start with the easiest question first. Maybe this is the time for you to go through your appendix on how you actually calculate those numbers. The value creation.
Sure. Xiaochen, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so basically for the benefits, appendix 2, sorry. Yeah. So we referred to the World Economic Forum's report, which is the radical change of the Indonesia plastic waste. So they have modeled the 2040 scenario with the system change scenario. So our base is basically if Indonesia is going to achieve that, then all those numbers for the plastic waste, how much they are going to prevent and how much jobs they are going to generate. So we took that as our basis and use our contribution in terms of the rural and rigid area. Can you go to next slide? So in our computation, the rural and remote area contributes to around 17% of the overall plastic rigid waste. So this percentage will apply back to the World Economic Forum's scenario assessment to get our benefits. So that embedded our assumption that, yes, Indonesia is moving towards there no matter what. So our part will just contribute to, towards the remote and rural area and focus on the rigid.
Maybe I'll follow up with the next question. So, I mean, I'm the Indonesia government. You're coming to me on a pilot. So what exactly is your ask? I'm not clear.
We will be asking the government to try to talk to different parties to put them together. But in terms of the direct action, the government should set up this transfer station, which is—
How much does it cost? I mean, it's like, how much money do I need to spend, and what are the numbers that you're showing me? When will it pay out, and how many people am I impacting? So if I'm to start a pilot, you need to come up with a proposal, right? So what exactly is your proposal on this pilot?
Yeah, let me start this one. So we're really discussing here, our focus was really remote islands and remote and rural areas. So this will not be a massive setup cost to actually have start of a pilot in a small ocean city, let's call it, on an island there. So what we think is required for a transfer station is really just one person and a press to compress the plastic waste, which is roughly $3,000. And then some form of budget that will be required for the transfer station to actually acquire the plastic waste for the informal sector, as well as some basic tools. So we think actually running a pilot on this one will be very, very cheap in terms of money expense. The real effort will be getting the parties on the table to actually agree the process on this. So it will be persuading the logistics providers to take the shipment on their empty routes and finding the people from the informal sector that are willing to step up with this goal. I think from a monetary perspective, this is not a big investment to run a pilot here.
So I think it's like, again, you need to be specific, right? So you're bringing a proposal to the government. I'm the government. So it's like, let me know exactly how much money you need and actually what's the effort involved. And don't underestimate that just by virtue that there's excess capacity on the ship, that actually the logistics provider want to transport waste, right? I mean, it's like they could be transporting a variety of things, including food. And I mean, how willing are they to actually use excess capacity to transport waste? And also, I just want to highlight that the Indonesia government has many priorities, right? Unless this is something that it's really an easy win, it's like, why would I support? So the ask needs to be very specific. And don't underestimate, it's just about coordinating the various parties, because even for that, right, takes effort. Yeah, so this is my comment.
Fully agree. And the exact numbers would depend on the location that is picked for the first pilot. Of course, it needs to be adjusted to that local community. And with regards to the empty capacity, so we found data or a few studies that are actually showing that the amount they offload is significantly smaller than the amount they unload on those islands. So there is empty capacity, but agree it needs to be transported in a way where it can actually be waste on one of those ships. That needs to be a technological solution for that separates it in a way.
And I would really suggest you to be very specific. Go and research and pick a particular island and actually very specific, which are the logistics of provider that you need, and actually get the help from the government. So to me, it's like, this is not specific enough. It's like you really need to drill down into the island itself, the money that you need, and which exactly are the parties that needs the government to talk to, and why the government is like, why can't you go and talk to these? These are all private sector holders. So I mean, just provoking you guys to actually think more.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to follow up on just now the presentation on the value creation. So it's actually in a similar sense, you know, with what Sok-Mei has been saying. I didn't see incremental value. I think what you are presenting is basically just the overall value. So what is the additional value that is created by simply putting into this transfer station, right? Because the whole value proposition is about transfer station. So you do need to show that before the transfer station, this is the amount of the value that can be created. And then after the transfer station, what is additional value? I think that is the value proposal that you can make it much clearer to anyone who would like to buy in this idea.
Sorry, just can we go back to the appendix? Sorry, I think I didn't articulate clearly. So with our proposal, we are attacking those rigid plastic, which is leaking to the sea at this moment. So all those value we created is basically the net end to the current scenario. So we are suggesting that all those leakage to the sea rigid plastic we are going to collect, and the revenue, the job, and all those are created from that basis.
So the basis of how many transfer stations that you are proposing to set up to generate this amount of value?
Yeah, sorry, that part we didn't really go into the specific numbers to calculate that.
Because each station is going to cost quite a lot of setup costs, right?
Not really. So when we call it transfer station, I think everybody gets, you know, a physical station in mind, but actually it doesn't necessarily need to be a very big plant kind of thing. It's more like, you know, you just need to store it in your backyard. You need to pay the informal sector from that place, and you need to put those on the logistics ship. That's all. So it's not really a process plant, but rather it's a middle point for storage.
Hey team, there's some good research in there. Thank you. Lots of material to digest, but my question is probably similar to what Sok-Mei asked. I wasn't very clear if you're providing advice or if you're actually running a venture. And if you're running something, what exactly are you running? So what capacity exactly do you have in this presentation? If you could help clarify that, that would be great. Thank you.
Maybe I take a first step on this. So I think what we are proposing is different from other teams. We're not running a ventures, first of all, because we believe all those ventures are community level innovation, which can solve part of the problem, but the root cause will still be the government needs to play the keystone role to pull everybody together. So in terms of the community level innovation in Indonesia, there are a lot of startups doing, either the collection or the processing. However, it doesn't really solve the problem. It's because, the price is volatile and the supply and demand are not linked properly. And for a ground-up, bottom-up innovation, you won't be able to solve this. So from our perspective, government really needs to come into the picture. So we are giving advice instead of running a venture. So if we will take this to the next step, what we will do is basically to get to a very influential NGO, such as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, to basically tell them what is this about and bring them to the picture to talk to government or even World Bank. So with those very influential international organizations, we believe the government can be persuaded to play the role it should have been played.
Yeah, just to add on to that point, rather than going into a very granular detail in terms of the operations of each and every project, this is really at a very high level, identify the strategic issue at the moment. The government definitely needs to be in the middle of the ecosystem in order for any of these things that we talk about to happen. Without it, there's no point talking about individual projects because there just won't be anything that will be established. So that is the direction.
So that's an interesting assumption, right? Because I could argue that the moment you put the government in there, it's going to fail. Because how can we trust the government to actually run something like that effectively? And it's a very interesting discussion, right? Like, do you need to do this with the government and have the government run this? Or do you need to use other levers? NGOs, for example, yes, they will be driven by the mission and the impact they're having on the people. Maybe there's the private partners as well. They are driven more by the economic aspect. So they have a clear driver. The government, it's not very clear, right? And especially the Indonesia government. I mean, there are so many layers. It's completely spread out. You have the island, the region. I'm not a specialist, but it's very complex. So yeah, I think that's an assumption that you've made, which I would ask, are you sure you've explored that option enough to be confident that for this to be successful in Indonesia, you need the government to run it?
So maybe I can take a first step on that question. So through our research, we actually found that Indonesian government has been both the state and some of the local governments, they have actually committed publicly to reduce plastic waste. There has already been a lot of international pressures from the global community, from the NGOs, from UN, from some of their financial support bodies to kind of tackle the plastic issue. So they are currently the second largest contributor to the global plastic waste, and they have committed to a long-term plan on 2030, 2050, staged goals to reduce plastic waste. And so that's why we feel that there are actually incentives from the government themselves to position themselves as a role model within the region to act on the plastic reduction. And we are not saying that we are kind of, we are actually identifying the capacity lying with the private sector, the communities, and of course the NGOs that the government could partner with. But by leveraging this, by creating this ecosystem to tackle the plastic recycling, there needs to be a keystone to kind of coordinate these roles. And we feel that the Indonesian government is in the best position, and they do have the incentives and commitments to actually do this. So that's why we want to bring the advice to actually Indonesian government to take up this thinking, this strategic thinking to build the ecosystem to tackle the plastic recycling issue at a very high level.
Maybe adding one sentence to that. So as we also said in the presentation, it's not that all the operations will have to be run by government, but the government needs to provide the legitimacy of the entire process. And then in a situation, there will be different on all of the remote areas who will take the operational role. but it's legitimized by the national and local government.
And just want to end one last sentence about it. So we are aware of the efficiency and all those problems, of Indonesian government. So we are not suggesting that all of a sudden it will, just automatically be super involved in this. What we are suggesting is they have this role they should play, but how we are going to bring the government to play this role, there will be international pressure. We are going to bring the World Bank and those NGOs to pressure the government and help the government to be there. So we are not saying that government will just automatically do this.
So maybe some comments from my side. Thank you, first of all, to take the time and participate in this adventure, so to say, and coming up with ideas now with a different angle as a kind of consultant and putting the government in the middle. Thanks a lot. You have also provided a good presentation. So if you would ask me, how can we pack more punch in our presentation, then you would need to come with more concrete examples. So even if I'm the government, and believe me, it will be difficult to solve something that wasn't solved already. So then you need to find new players and new ways. So if you want then to suggest new ways, it needs to be as specific as possible. You pick up one example and you make them understand why is the reason so profound to make it happen. Because hoping is not for entrepreneurs. Preneur means you take in your hands, you need to make it happen. And that's, I think, the most important one. And nevertheless, nice presentation, good structure, and a little bit of more punch for your next big event so that you can go through. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more question, let's move to next team. Next to present is team Don't Be Trashy from SMU. They are going to share the trash pot. Team 4, you can start if you're ready. Thank you.
Can you please project our slides if possible? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. May we start?
Yes,
I'm not getting control on the slides though.
I'm sorry, who will take control of the slide?
That's me.
Jacqueline?
Jacqueline, yes. Thank you.
So, good morning to all judges, participants, and friends. We are team Don't Be Trashy from SMU. And please allow me to quickly introduce my team members. Firstly, we have Warachana Indra Opas, also known as ICE, who is the co-founder of a volunteer group for beach cleanups in Thailand and is an auditor by profession. Next, we have Maximilian Oracher, Max for short, who is a marketing professional and a volunteer at Waterways Watch Society. Third, we have Jacqueline Sir, who is specialized in corporate strategy and is an active volunteer in scuba dive ocean cleanups. Myself, I'm Anand, with expertise in military and civil aviation and experience in managing public sector recycling activities. I would now like to share on the situational analysis that we conducted towards developing the problem statement and key question. Informal waste pickers play a crucial role in waste collection and disposal by covering the gaps of large-scale waste management companies. However, they suffer from a number of poor working conditions. Their wages are uncertain, unstructured, and low, and they do not receive unemployment benefits that we would consider to be basic, such as medical, dental, or sick leave. they are also not provided proper waste picking equipment, which jeopardizes their hygiene and safety. In terms of disposal, we found that the plastic waste is not properly discarded by households or businesses and is often redispersed into the environment due to its light weight. As such, waste pickers end up prioritizing other waste and ignoring plastic. In terms of distribution, we realized that not all locations receive equal attention. Given that waste pickers are not part of a structured organization, they would choose to go to high traffic concentrated areas to maximize their gain, leaving other areas to be unmanned. As such, cleaning the environment becomes a byproduct where workers' priority is to maximize waste collection. In terms of corporate support, our analysis was that there is a general lack of options for corporations to participate in waste collection initiatives on a day-to-day basis instead of periodic CSR events. As a confluence of these factors, informal waste pickers exhibit low levels of productivity, job satisfaction, and morale. This in turn affects the collection and disposal of small amounts of trash that is not collected by large waste management companies. So this problem statement led us to ask the key question: how can we create a sustainable model to tackle waste that is safe, respects human rights, and enables community development? I will now hand over to Max to take you through our proposed solution.
Thank you, Anand. So our model is quite simple. We want to propose setting up what we call trash pods. These are basically repurposed shipping containers or basic metal constructions, as you see on the left here. And the trash pods would be fitted with waste collection equipment that is hygienic and safe to use. So people, including waste pickers, could access these trash pods, use the waste collection equipment inside, and collect and return waste to the trash pods and be rewarded as a result. Now, that's just the basic idea, but to add a little bit of more context to this, let me break it down step by step in a flow and user journey. So starting off, the trash pods would be set up at various public locations. So we have thought of a launch in Singapore, where we were focusing on parks and seashores. The trash pods contain simple instructions on their purpose and how they can be used. The supply chain, as well as the importance of informal waste pickers, would also be shown on the trash pods. Now, the trash pods would be locked, but they can be accessed easily, either by downloading an app or by collecting a card, which could be handed out at relevant public authorities, such as local environmental charities. The purpose of registration is basically just to track waste collection, the time spent waste collecting, as well as whether equipment had been returned. Once the trash pod is accessed via an app or card, the individual can pick up and use the waste collection equipment. They would tap the equipment on the key card to check it out, and later when they come back, they can check it back in. Now that the individual is fully equipped, they can safely collect waste and then return the collected waste to the trash pod. They can then return and check out the equipment that they used. They would then be accredited rewards such as monetary incentives, free meals, discounts at selected retailers, either on the app directly or on the card that they are using, thereby earning an immediate, valuable, and transparent incentive for their work. Of course, now you might be wondering, so how is this financed? I would now like to pass it on to Jacqueline to go into details. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. So how would the trash pod concept work? We suggest here a corporate sponsorship system called Adopt a Pod. It is a three-tier sponsorship system, which is comprised of bronze, silver, and gold tier, and which correspond to different level of sponsorship. And that would in turn influence the brand exposure in our pods, app and card, as well as on the equipment. The sponsorship collect here will be part of it will be used for running the operations, as also the workers' benefit, insurance, etc., which we'll be elaborating in later sections. The goal here is to change the attitude towards trash and make waste management become a long-term commitment and give corporate the ownership and looking after the environment. Here is an example of how it will look in terms of the sponsorship. If the company is sponsoring a higher tier level, the names will be printed on more pots or have a bigger logos printed on the pots, apps, as well as some of the equipments that we're providing to the cleaners. So how would the implementation works? We need to work together with multiple partners and do a range of activities and get the resources we require. First of all, we'll start off with the key elements that Max mentioned earlier, which is the pot. We'll repurpose a shipping container. So first of all, we'll need to coordinate with shipping lines or container leasing companies to get our hands on the containers. Secondly, where to put our pots? We need to liaise with government agencies and regulators to source appropriate locations for the pot placement and to work with these authorities to ensure our pots are ready to comply with the safe working environment. Next is the how. How are we gonna refurbish the pots to make it workable for our concept? We will need to work with moving companies to move our shipping container to the appropriate location, as well as refurbishing these old containers. And these will need professionals to do the fitting. Last but not least, which is the important elements of our program, the people. Here we'll work with multiple parties. First of all, is the suppliers, where we'll get cleaning supplies and e-payment suppliers and work with them to source appropriate hardware and software. Of course, the sponsor is also very important for sponsoring our Adopt a Pot program. Last but not also, informal waste picker is a very important element of our program. We're gonna use the current community outreach NGOs. For example, the group of Happy People Helping People, who are currently already offering new sponsorship to these waste pickers, and reach out to the existing informal waste pickers so we have enough volunteers or informal waste picker to make the program work. Last but not least, we'll work with a waste management organization to discuss the post-collection waste management process. Let's look at the cost here. The cost, as we mentioned earlier, has a few elements. First of all, is the container, also the access card, the cleaning equipment, but more importantly, the operation cost, which includes the salary, people who are managing the program and to monitor it and track it and to ensure it is run up to our expectation. And maintenance is a huge part of it. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, revenue stream, partner sponsorship package is one of the key revenue. However, we also wanted to look into something longer term. We wanted to give a second life to these waste that we collect and perhaps earn extra revenue from selling these transport branded handmade products, which are totally made from these sustainable products. The below example shows a company in Thailand, in southern Thailand, which made entire shoes using sustainable materials. Here we can see if we in the long term working with these small businesses, we can expand our influence of the trash pot program and not only improve the livelihood of our waste picker, but also introducing something new and exciting to society. Next, Anand will show you the value of our program will bring to our major stakeholders.
Thanks, Jack. We attempted to ascertain the value that would be created by our trash pots for all the different stakeholders. Most importantly, for the informal waste pickers, our solution provides structured employment and wages, improved working conditions, and greater job satisfaction and morale. For our corporate sponsors, the trash pots will allow them to enhance their ESG signature, moving from periodic CSR events to constant, almost daily exposure for their brand. For regulators, our solution provides a standardized system for easier review and facilitates accountability of effort and resources. From the community perspective, the trash pot system provides greater opportunities for community participation and volunteering. We also believe that it will change attitudes and behaviors towards reducing, reusing, and recycling. From the governmental perspective, which would be the National Environment Agency in Singapore's context, our solution would cover those gaps that are currently unfulfilled by government contracted waste management companies, and also play a part in our transition towards a zero waste nation. And this, in turn, would allow the large waste management organizations to focus on high volume waste collection and disposal and allow systematic and robust tracking of waste. I will now hand over to ICE to talk about the EESG impact.
Okay, the next step is to examine how trash pods optimize the EESG outcomes and factors. Based on the economic structure of trash pods, waste pickers are employed at a sustainable wage structure, productivity is increased, and retention rates are increased, and a resource distribution system for producing and selling products is created. Waste pods provide an opportunity to engage the informal labor sector, which is the next factor, to work under better conditions and to engage community and volunteer in waste collection as part of the social factors. Moving on to the next factor, having more efficient waste collection as well as having more waste collection points dispersed across the country, trash pods are more environmentally friendly. And in terms of governance, trash pods make government agencies' task of regulating waste easier. Moreover, it provides corporations with a standard method of engaging them, and it makes monitoring ESG expenditures and results easier for corporations. However, there are still some risks and challenges related with trash pods. The trash pod system considers the amount of waste collected and the time invested that an individual spent on collecting said waste. However, often in existing systems, only the weight is considered as a key metric for work. We see the opportunity to maintain fixed wages to ensure both a safe working environment as well as fair wages for the work. The second risk is that trash pods is in the central location, which may be vandalized or damaged by individuals or may become white elephants. We see the opportunity to drive community engagement to be responsive and make them feel that this is a part of their daily life. And the last one is companies may be hesitant to invest in branding opportunities because they are skeptical of the opportunities. So there will be fewer than 10 corporations at first. We see the opportunity to showcase different branding exposure options by segregating the partner packages into 3 different levels. And now I'm passing back to Max to talk about the scalability level of trash pods.
Thank you, guys. So we had based our research on a launch in Singapore. However, of course, the ambition for trash pods are to scale to a global scale. So it would take close collaboration with local stakeholders to identify not only where trash pods could be set up, such as by parks, lakes, and seashores, but also how trash pods, equipment, and rewards would need to be localized. One size fits all approach would not take existing local ecosystems into account, which could negatively impact implementation and adoption. So next slide, please. Sorry. On behalf of Team Don't Be Trashy, I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to our idea. I would now like to welcome any questions you may have. And let me just end on actually the slide after this to summarize the core idea, just in case you did step out for a toilet break and you missed the whole thing. So thank you very much. We'd now like to open the floor to questions.
Hi, team. Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe I'll take the first question. I don't really see the size of price, so I assume that this is really focusing on Singapore first, right? So how many waste pickers are we talking about? And in this problem statement, you also assume that there's really no centralized waste collection. I mean, it's like I actually live in a HDB environment for the last 4 decades. And every morning, Sembawang Corp comes and pick up the trash, and all the trash is in the centralized waste collection. So I don't really understand when we say that there's actually a gap on centralized waste collection. How much of the entire country are we talking about? So there are 2 parts, right? We are trying to solve the problem of waste pickers. So how many exactly are there? And non-centralized waste collection, how many are we talking about? So I want to understand the demand side. I mean, how big is the problem that we are trying to tackle here?
Yes, I would just suggest we go to the appendix to kick things off. So yeah, thank you. Yes, so we have been quite, I would say, pragmatic at the beginning to say, okay, we have to start small. So we have considered 30 different shipping containers. And we have also considered
containers, right? You have to assume that there's actually a demand in 30 locations whereby there's no centralized waste collection. So my question is that if you guys go into the market and interview to find out exactly how many locations in Singapore, housing estates or actually GRCs, that there are actually no centralized location, that every morning you see piles of rubbish piling up?
No, sorry, to clarify that part. So we are not assuming this is a replacement for centralized waste collection. This is an add-on specifically for waste that is in parks or seashores or by lakes. So I recognize that in Singapore as well as many other countries, the government often already takes waste collection into account. However, such as in Singapore, there's also societies such as the Water Watch Society that attempts to pick up waste that is either not in bulk, so in more remote locations, and also raises awareness to the local community of how important it is to collect waste.
This 30 trash pots. It's like, my question is a demand part, which I am not able to see, and so I need you to actually help me understand where exactly 30 locations which will need these trash pots.
Hi, Mr. Actually, what we are trying to do with the trash pots, when we talk about the informal waste pickers, right, we are looking at the gap that is left behind by the three large waste management companies that you mentioned, which in many ways, their waste collection is constrained by location. Either if you look at your HDB estates and your industrial warehouses, you have your centralized waste disposal areas where their big trucks are able to drive in and pick it up and go. In private estates,
30 locations, did you actually go in and actually check every morning? How do you identify these 30 locations?
So 30 was the ballpark figure specifically to identify how many parks and different sites there are in Singapore that could be addressed. We didn't have time specifically to carry out research, so you're absolutely right. If we were to move forward from here, our first task would be to identify how many locations we can actually start off on. But just to be clear, to address the first part, we didn't see this as a centralized waste collection replacement. It is specifically, as Anand said, for all those areas that the big corporations would not be able to tackle.
Yeah, so
working closely.
Give me 5. I mean, rattle off is like, which are the 5 locations that the big corporations cannot access?
Yes, I would say, in between networks, for example, if you look at your public parks, if you look at your beaches, if you look at your reservoirs, there are all these places where trash is collected and centralized at a location where the trucks can go in. But in between, a lot of plastic waste especially is lost out. There are a lot of places where you can see your informal pickers going to pick up pieces like a paper that is left behind and cans that would not make it to the centralized location for the trucks to go in. A lot of time is also curtailed by the alleyways and the road networks that prevent the big trucks from going in. Or example, when it's raining and they're unable to disembark from the trucks to go in. I think we have encountered that before as well. So if I had to put a rough ballpark on the amount of informal waste that is not picked up by the 3 big companies on a daily basis, I would estimate it to be about 10 to 20%. This is just
I really encourage you guys to every day actually, I mean, it's like go to your targeted locations and take a look. Even the big trucks that doesn't go in, it's like Sembawang Corp, waste management companies, they send staff in. So I think that's really one, do a reality check. And secondly, find out how many waste pickers are there in Singapore. I would like to know, is it 100,000, 10,000, is it 1,000? Because to me, it's like you really got to be on the ground in order to solve a problem. And I'm not sure whether this is a problem because it's like I live in the heartlands. I mean, it's like I also go to the beach and I'm just not seeing the problem. And I will be really surprised if we are having waste pickers into the hundreds of thousands. I mean, my feedback to the team is really when you identify a problem, make sure that you do the research to ensure that it's definitely a problem. But actually from my end, I mean, it's like a local here who live all my life in the heartland. I'm sorry, I just don't see how big this is a problem. Thank you.
Maybe then I go next. So first of all, I love the passion that you put into. So you set a tone, you have your own style, your design for your slides. It's really moving. And then exactly what Sokme mentioned. Let's move this idea to where it matters the most. So we have heard about Philippines, we have heard about Indonesia, and actually it's quite a cool thing that you were coming up with. So what I really like the most, it's not only about selling the waste afterwards, but repurposing it, right? So you collect bags, you collect some bottles, and you make some nice art out of it and increase the revenue. So a completely new revenue stream. That's quite cool. What you would need to look at it, if you have the kind of pots, of course, you need to have something that organizes, because people mess it up, right? So they will mess it up and they take the stuff out. They will charge different things electronically. If you have tapping elements, you always need to make sure that things are really happening in the right way. And maybe instead of having only the waste collection, but it can be also a workshop where you can already produce, because you do not want to have only a storage. A storage is always a waste, right? So storage is a missing element from A to B. It's just sitting there, produces costs and has no impact. But if you convert that maybe into a workshop and something where you can combine it with some other elements that is worthwhile for the workers to come, but also for the consumers of the product, then it could be quite an interesting aspect. So from my point of view, yes, cool passion in it. I can see it. So you put really some time in it and go to the market that has even more impact, because I think there is some element. So thanks, and take care that nobody steals you the stuff out of the pot, because at the end you want to make sure you have a sustainable business. But congrats.
Okay, I will go next. So thank you for the team for doing a great presentation. I think I will come in from a practical side. Okay, I'm still a little bit confused. Who is your main targeted workers to collect the garbage? My initial thought is that you want to engage any random general public who can, have the card and tap in. And then you started talk about wages and employees. So I'm a little bit confused. What do you mean by wages and employees? Who are we talking about?
The whole concept is, yes, originally we're aiming for informal waste pickers, and there's no secure social system for them right now. For example, they pick up cardboards, they push around the trolleys in the city. There are people like that, and there are organizations currently helping them, for example, solving out the daily meal issues, right? So we do know those people exist. What we wanted to make a change is to add a safety blanket for them, so they don't need to, have a rough working environment and only live on the weights of cardboards or waste that they're picking on. We wanted to create a safe haven, and this is why we stress on, not only on paying them on the amounts that they're collecting, but perhaps the time that they spend on it as well. And that is why the card is so important, to track the time of in and out, so that they're not only working on the weight of the waste that they're collecting, but also a safety blanket, a bottom line for them to ensure at the end of the day they can go to somewhere safe, they can have a nice warm meal. So I would say the focus is still informal waste picker, but we introduced a more formalized system to give them some safety blankets in the society.
Just to very, very briefly add on, so Jacqueline's absolutely right. The focus is on informal waste pickers, but we are also providing the opportunity to open it up to the public. So if the trash pods are seen in public, you can immediately be informed by the instructions there. You could scan with a QR code via your phone to access and then do your own waste collection. However, of course, we also want to have a form of registration, as mentioned. So for the passerby who's like, oh, what's this? Oh, I'm by the beach anyway, I might as well do a little bit of cleanup. Their incentives are going to be quite different from the dedicated staff who, the informal waste picker who dedicates their entire livelihood on this. So it can be a two-party system that is controlled both through wages and through rewards and incentives for both the public and informal waste.
I see. Because I do see informal pickers all around HDB blocks. And I think that they are in a way competing with some Bawang waste management company because they are actually going to the recycle bins and pick up the most valuable trash, and they actually sell it for money in their own, ways, right? So I'm just wondering whether you will be able to incentivize enough for them to actually collect the trash to put in here and, getting the payment of few cents per kg. So I don't know how exactly it's feasible to incentivize them. And then would they end up competing with the public who are also trying to help out, but just for the, the contribution to the society? So I'm not sure.
We did think about the competition issue, maybe everybody wants some.
I think this will be the real issue.
But the thing is, given a choice, normally picking up trash wouldn't be your way of making a living, right? So we believe the competition would be very small. I would say it's more about the public want to be a part of this program rather than directly competing with these informal waste pickers.
And you met some of these informal pickers.
And Ms. Chang, if I may add, I think what you mentioned, is really the foundational bedrock of this entire program, because today the informal pickers, they are paid based on collection weight. So you pick kilograms and kilograms for a few cents or dollars at most. But what we're really proposing is something that would provide a sustainable fixed income structure. And of course, nothing comes for free. And that money will be provided by our corporate sponsors who are getting something in return. So we felt it was win-win on a multiple level for a lot of different people. Thanks.
Hey, team. I have to ask the question because there's something I don't understand how it works. You give the wages based on the weight of the waste. That was in one of your presentations. I don't know, how do you pay the people? Because either you pay them by time, and let's say they open the thing and they go to the beach for 12 hours, so you pay for 12 hours, but they don't do anything. Or they put 10 kilos of sand in the trash pod. How you can't control what they're doing. So how exactly is this working? I'm not sure I get it.
If I may briefly go to the risks and challenges slide. So you're addressing exactly one of our biggest concerns, because our model is proposing not to focus on weight, but instead to focus on fair wages, as mentioned by Anand. So it wouldn't just be a model where it's a question of try to collect as much as you can, maybe go to the HDB to get the heaviest items, and then on your way by the beach, fill it with sand. That's what we're trying to move away from. So through the registration, where you pick up your card, it would already be clear who the informal waste pickers are. So in that sense, you already have an understanding of who are the people who dedicate their time. And because they clock in a way when they go to the trash pod, you would also know how much time they've invested. So it's not a question of them trying to hang out at the beach where they try to collect as much as possible and then bring it back. But it's rather also a question of using the data from the metrics of the trash pods of how much waste is collected on average to know whether there's some sort of cheat in the system going on. Because the more waste is collected, the more there's going to be a mean, there's going to be an average understanding of how much waste should be collected in a given time frame, so that you don't have the bias of someone trying to cheat the system.
Let's be realistic. Let's just be in real life here, which is people are going to cheat if they have an opportunity to cheat most of the time, especially if there's money at the end of the day. So unfortunately, that's how it is. So the question is, do they have a minimum amount of quantity? So you're giving them wages. What's the incentive mechanism? First of all, for the business to be sustainable, and second, for them to either incentivize them to pick a certain type of trash or a certain quantity, or I don't know how you want to define it, but you need to define something. Otherwise, you just get a wage, but there's no real KPI on what you have to do. It's very difficult to understand how the system works for me.
So when they would pick up their equipment, that would kind of be when the timer is also started. So it's recognized when they have started, and based on the metrics from the trash pod, it would be clear through other people that have collected waste there what the average quantity should be for that location in a given set of time. So there's no way for them to know, oh, I need to collect 2 bags within 2 hours, and then I'm good. So the cheating system would very much be dependent on gathering information. And you're right, at the beginning, that would be quite tricky. We would need to depend on statistics from the local government as well as the NEA to understand how much trash is accumulated in certain places where informal waste collectors would be collecting waste. So it's very much data-driven to not cheat the system. I hope that answered the question, but if there are any others, please feel free.
What was your biggest challenge for this project?
Does anyone want to take it, or should I? For me personally, to be quite transparent, it was to identify the best metrics to present. I did think that the timeline is very difficult. I mean, that's for every team here, so props to everyone, because we want to just be able to assess, is this model viable with the best data we can find in the given time? But by all means, you could drill holes in so many aspects, like why is there 5 bronze sponsors right at the start? Who is going to be able to immediately sell them? So there's a lot of ifs that would need to be answered. So it's definitely, I would say, finding the best data we can to assess viability within a given time frame and building it out from here.
Very good. I thought about that. What helps with this one, talk to people. And then you have the easiest check with regards to market viability as well, things working out or keen to support or not. Talking to people makes wonder. But very good. Nice passion here.
Okay, if there's no more question, let's move on. Thank you, Team 4, for your speech. Also, thank you, Team EFOS, Team Nature Under Siege, and Team Sustain INSEAD to give us such a great presentation in the morning. And thank you all the judges for giving us so many new perspectives. Now, it's already afternoon. We are going to take a lunch break. The afternoon session will start at 1:30 p.m. So see you in the afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. All the teams, our judges, and dear audience on YouTube, welcome back to the Social Innovation Challenge 2021. I hope you all take a good rest during the lunch break. I'm Monica, and I'll be the moderator for the afternoon session. And now the game is on again. Now let's welcome the fifth team, Team Ninja from NTU Business School, to deliver their presentation now. Team Ninja, now the mic is yours.
You need to go to your microphone. There's a drop-down arrow, and then you click on it, and then you choose the same device. I had the issue before, so for whatever reason.
You should try now.
Can you hear now? Can you hear?
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we are Team Ninja from NTU. So let's get started. Go next, please. Can I don't know how can I do it. Okay. So there are many problems in the supply chain of plastic waste in different countries. We're going to focus on specific problems with waste pickers in Indonesia. So we chose Indonesia because Indonesia is the second biggest plastic waste producer in the world. And also the government is really eager, even struggling to solve waste problems. So there are basically three players in supply chain on plastic waste and two problems with waste pickers. One is information failure. What I mean is waste pickers cannot get access to information to find recyclable waste efficiently. So basically 6.8 million tons waste are produced per year, and only 10% is recycled. And actually 3.2 million tons are burned at household, meaning that the supply chain loses the value of waste at this stage. And another problem is exploitation. Using bargaining power, eval middlemen gain 200% margin from recyclable waste brought by waste pickers. Okay, so to solve two problems, we are going to establish NGO to offer technological solution to increase information transparency and also to form union of middlemen to redress exploitation. First, we are going to establish a technology startup company as NGO to provide peer-to-peer software and also operate with workstations. Okay. And second, we are going to organize and run the union of middlemen. So we are going to set code of conduct for middlemen, and we are going to provide necessary relief compensation, such as healthcare for members of union and also registered waste pickers. And also we're going to approach government and manufacturers to get partnership with them. So like this. So to start our business, we chose the city Samarinda in Borneo Island in Indonesia. The reason why we chose this city is following. So first of all, there is a market potential. About 120 to 160 tons plastic waste are produced per day, and only 1 ton of recyclable material is collected by waste pickers per day. And based on our research, there is no outstanding competitors. Second, we find that the country's favorable political and economic environment. The local government is really struggling to solve this problem. And also there's a factory of Coca-Cola, so we can approach them to get partnership with them. And when it comes to the situation of waste pickers, we estimated that there are about 7,000 waste pickers, and they earn approximately only 0.7 US dollars in a day. Now we're going to pass to another Faith. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Takuya, for introduction. Now we're going to move on to the next part, which are the solution. So the first solution is a P2P software. For this application, we'll have two different versions. One is for the household and the other is for the waste pickers. So for the household, we'll call it the Green Master to make the household feel like they are the master to protect the environment. And in this interface, we'll provide two major functions. The first is to order online, in which the Green Masters only have to post their request on our application by inputting the waste category and also the package size, and they will just wait at door for the waste picker to collect the garbage. And also by doing this, they can get the green points to exchange for the vouchers, which can be consumed at the nearby restaurants. And that will be the motivation for the households to join. And we also provide some other help things like the handbook for how to sort the garbage. And also if they want to do this recycling themselves, they can also go to the nearby green bins near the neighborhood. And what this is going to work, we did some research and found that there are some similar applications doing the same thing. So we found a user review on the Google Store, and it says that by using this kind of application, it can help minimize the plastic waste, and they just have to open one application and they can only get money too. So this is for the household. And how about the waste pickers? And in this part, we will name the waste pickers as green guards to show our respect and recognition for their job and what they've done for the society. And in this application, they can firstly order the management order. For example, they can accept new orders and to process the ongoing orders. And once they finish it, they can get income and track the records of the details in our application. And they can also cash it out to their own bank accounts immediately. And we also provide some access to the green guards in our applications. For example, they can go for the vehicle renting and the uniform through our application. And most importantly, we are going to provide them with the efficient mapping, in which we will include the tracks of our own green bins and landfills for them to easily find the sources of garbage. And also they can go to our self-owned stations to sell the garbage. And why are waste pickers like this? We've also found some interview by the similar waste picker user of that kind of application, and they think that it can help them to save money and fuel, and also they will have a higher and stable income than ever before. So this is basically the business model for the waste pickers and households, and how we are going to scale up and make money. So firstly, we're going to scale up through the network effect. As we've mentioned before, the households will be attracted by the convenience, the vouchers, and the sense of honor. And also we're going to motivate the waste pickers by the time-saving solution, more stable income, and the social recognition. And once there are more households, they can provide more waste, which means more income for the waste pickers. And also more waste pickers will bring better and quicker service for the households. And next is about how we make money. Our revenue comes from two major sources. The first is the waste selling. So the waste will come from the households all the way to the recycling centers. And we will run the self-owned stations and buy the garbage from the waste pickers and sell it to the recycling center. And the price difference is how we make money in this situation. And for the advertising, we'll provide the P2P service to the users, and they'll provide traffic to us. We sell the traffic to the advertisers, and then we get money. So this is the logic of our business. And we also consider about the competitors. As a matter of fact, there are already some players in Indonesia doing the similar things, like Octopus, Rappel, and eRecycle. But based on our research on their like user reviews on the Google stores or Apple stores, we found that they have been encountered with three major problems. The first is a limited supported areas, but we think that it is a good thing because the consumers do want this kind of service in their own city. So the next major problem will be the insufficient number of waste pickers. This will cause the users cannot find the waste picker online, or the waiting period is too long for them. So to solve this major problem, we are going to make some improvements based on these things. And one is from the business model. We are going to leverage the network effect to make sure there are enough waste pickers. And second, we are going to provide some infrastructure like trash bins and waste stations. But this cannot be done by merely a P2P software. So we'll come up with another solution, which is the union, to organize all the implementations. Now let's welcome Helen for the union part. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. Hi, this is Helen from Team Ninja. Now I'm going to introduce another part of our solution, the union. We are going to establish the union to integrate the middleman, and our union will have several functions to improve the practice of the value chain. First of all, we are going to set the cost of conduct for the middlemen. They are required to use the fair price to treat with speakers, and they cannot use child laborers, and they have to protect with speakers from the health and safety issues. The second is the welfare. We are going to provide welfare to the waste speakers who bring the materials to our union members. So we will give them the uniform as well as other vaccines and health insurance, and also facilities. The third, we will also have other business development functions to make our union members have profit. First, we will have issue the certifications to the materials processed in our stations. The companies who have the concern about materials will like to purchase from our union members. And also we will have the partnership with end users such as Coca-Cola. We will also build the relationship with the government to get more support. So you may ask me why the middleman will like to join union. The reason is their incremental income profit. Because the waste pickers registered in our P2P software will bring the materials to our union members. And also the authorized materials will increase the transaction volume. And third, our long-term relationship with our partners will secure the purchase value from our union members. So the middleman and waste pickers will have a network effect to each other. The more middlemen in our union, the more higher accessibility to the waste pickers. They have more outlets to bring their resources, and also the more waste pickers, they will bring more resources to our middleman. So as a result, the numbers in both group members will grow up at the same time. So here is our marketing implementation plan. We are going to use the awareness, interest, acting model to accelerate our business. First part is the awareness. We will have partnership with the government and as well as the giant manufacturers to increase our brand name, and also to increase the interest to our members and users. We will have education program for everyone. About the action part, to reach out to the potential users, we will have both online and offline promotion plan. To the households, we will use the online plans using the social media such as YouTube and Facebook, and we will also use search engine advertisement. Maybe some of the waste speakers and middlemen, they do not have internet access, so we will use the information desk to reach out to them. To invite more and more members to join our union, we will use the viral marketing. For example, we can reach out to the householders, use the social marketing challenge, for example, recycle every day. And we will also use word of mouth for the members in both the waste pickers and middleman groups. To give them more motivation to invite the members, we will use for example, some bonus for the successful invitation.
Okay, guys, this is Colton, and we believe our business model will work because it will produce benefits for most stakeholders in the value chain. For the householders, we make it convenient for them to recycle their plastic waste and give water as economic benefits. For the waste picker and middlemen, with the help of union and leverage on the technology solution, they will have more income, and we will help them to address their healthy issues, maybe improve their working environment. And in addition, the waste picker at the Green Guard will help them get some public recognitions. What we offer to the downstream companies are reliable source without certain social issues such as violation of human rights or use of child labor, as mentioned before. Our organization is also a solution for them to choose to fulfill their social responsibilities. And we will evaluate our implementation process by 3 dimensions: financial, operation, and ESGs. Basically, by the end of first year, we will try to launch our P2P software within 3 months and provide 500 doses of COVID vaccination within 6 months. And by the end of year 3, we aim at achieving break-even by operation. We are expected to have 5,000 registered household users and 1,000 with speakers and 50 self-owned workstations. By doing that, we are able to recycle 5,000 tons of plastic in 1 year. And for after our first 5-year plan, we aim at achieving Pickers' annual income from plastic to over $1,000. And also the financial numbers give us confidence in achieving those milestones over the next 5 years. The table 1 shows the current capacity for waste pickers to collect plastic waste. By leveraging on the technology solutions, we aim at improving their capacity from currently 3.2 tons to 9.6 tons per year. And as we are paying higher fair price, their income from plastic will increase to $1,206. The table 2 shows the revenue split between waste picker and middleman. Currently, the middleman takes 70% of the revenue. By joining the unions, middleman split as a percentage will be less, but their overall income still goes up. The next chart provides some key financial data from our 5 years projection. As mentioned before, we are able to and expect to be able to achieve break-even in year 3. And by the end of year 5, the revenue, both including the sale of plastic and from advertisement, will hit 2.5 million and achieve a healthy, sustainable net profit margin. In terms of the funding plans, we need nearly 400,000 upfront investment to start business and another 900,000 to cover the cash deficiencies for the first 4 years. And 70% of money will from the uni.
Sorry, Team Ninja. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm sorry that the time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we'll move to the Q&A session.
Hi team, maybe I'll kick it off. Thank you for your presentation. I like how you highlight the ESG goals and the ESG impact across the different stakeholders. So it's good that you've been actually thinking about that. And one question on how you increase that capacity, if you can go to that slide where you indicate you increase the capacity from 3.2, I think, to 9.5 tons per year. 9.6. How do you do that, considering that it seems the waste pickers will have to spend much more time traveling from one place to another versus the current situation where I guess they go in one location and they just sort through the trash. They don't really spend time traveling from one place to another. So that's my question on how you multiply that capacity by 3, which is quite a significant number. The second one is, do these people know how to read and do they have access to smart devices to, to use an app like that?
Okay, for the first question, I will answer that because based on our research, like for Indonesia, like 50% of the waste, the plastic, especially the plastic waste, are actually from household, not the landfill. And I think as they are trying to collect those from household, actually there are several uncertainties because like they still need to travel door to door, but there may not be plastic for them to collect. But by leveraging on the technology, actually for every travel, they will get some plastic. And I think in that way is possible to like improve the capacity by three times in 5 years. And another reason for that is like actually not 100% of the plastic generated by a household are recycled or recycled by the pickers. And but still, by leveraging on the technologies, we expect that by the end of our year 5, over 75% of the plastic waste generated by a household will be recycled to the waste pickers registered with our apps. And could you please move to the next page? And also, we also identified the one biggest risk for the peer-to-peer software is that the pickers don't know how to use mobile phones or even can't afford one. So basically, we will also set some information desk in our stations that will help them to register the information in the desk, and they can also come to the station to have the information and then go to collect the order and send it back to us. That's basically our solution.
Okay, so how do they go from one place to another? Do you equip them with motorbikes?
Yeah, actually, we include some CapEx budget to give them some like 3-wheel cars to travel around and carry the plastics.
Okay, and so to the question on, do we know if they know how to read? Yeah, I have a genuine question whether they actually know how to read. If they can't read, that's a challenge to implement this solution.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. Maybe it's not on the slide deck, but we have a solution for this. And considering that many people are not so educated, so the first thing that we make the application really simple. It's mostly by the fingers, so that they can know how to control, how to use the application. And second, that for those who cannot read or who cannot even understand what it is, we also provide like the calling center that they can get the job from our station, and we can like call him through the phone that we're going to go next. Yeah, so that's basically the solution for the uneducated ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, follow on from Gilan's question is like you guys assume that they actually have a handphone, a smart device. Have you done any interviews, any survey? It's like, do they really have a handphone now? Because if you actually, I go to one of your sites which you share that if they only earn 70 US cents a day, they wouldn't be able to afford any handphone. So it's I just want to actually understand what's your solution or assumption.
Actually, for that, we come to some of our classmates from Indonesia. Yeah, yes, actually, not all of them can afford a smartphone, but for certain, like especially for the male waste pickers that have a family, we estimate like at least 20% of them can have a phone, because that's basically the only smartphone in their families. And also to address other things, like at the first stage, if they don't have the phone, they can come to the station. We will invite them to the station and use our information desk set there to get them to use the software and information to locate the plastic waste. And as we are increasing their incomes, and so in the later years, we think that they can afford these mobile phones, especially for those cheap ones from China. Yeah, that's basically our logic flow. Thank you.
You also mentioned that you're only focusing on one area in Indonesia, right? The island. So maybe it's like, help me understand, it's like currently in that island or that location, right? How is this problem solved? It's like households every day, it's like who pick up the trash, and the waste pickers, right? They actually how much percent of picking up the trash from the households? Is like, are they 100%, or actually there's also some big companies that actually pick up trash?
No, please go to the CT chart, shows the market potential. Yeah, actually it's like the plastic waste generated per day is like over 100, and only 1 ton of the recycled, only 1 ton of them are collected by the waste pickers today. So it's less
Who
than
actually picks the rest?
Sorry, what?
Who pick the rest of the materials? I mean, if it's 120 ton, we are only solving 1 ton of the problem. So for the balance 119 ton, who is picking up those waste?
Yeah, actually, about that question, we also consult our classmates from Indo. Like they do have some contractors like the property management to collect those trash from them, but they will just send those trash to some like general waste processing industries. And those facilities will not recycle those plastic. And also, as we mentioned before, like nearly, I don't remember the percentage, but nearly 30 to 40% of the plastic generated by a household are actually burned in a household. So they don't get the chance to go to the whole recycling process.
Okay, got it.
All right, so may I ask, great presentation, by the way. Yeah, so I would like to ask about who are the key bottleneck here, because you are offering this NGO structure. So on one hand, you are doing P2P solution. On the other hand, you are trying to create this union. So in my understanding, am I right to say that this union actually is your bottleneck? That means you need to get them to be on board in order for this whole idea to work. Am I right to say that? Okay, all right. Then I would like to ask the question is that how sensitive is your result dependent on the negotiation of profit sharing between the, the middleman and the NGO that you're going to set up? Right now you have a split of maybe 30-70. How critical is this going to drive your long-term sustainability in financial terms?
Yeah, actually for the table here, the split is actually between the waste pickers and the middleman. Currently, 60% was taken by the middleman, but if the middleman join our unions, most of the money will go to the waste pickers. We will pay them we will pay them for 1 ton plastic, we'll pay them around $130. And our projection is based on that price. So we can see that we can achieve break even in year 3 and also make some money later.
Right, I understand. My question is, how critical is your result depend on this assumption? Because you are basically moving them from 60% of sharing right now to maybe 30%. Why would they want to do that? Even though that you're showing them the bigger pie, right? I mean, in total size, but why would they let it go?
Yeah, our assumption is like, because we are at the first place, we are paying more than those middlemen. So more and more pickers will come to us. So basically they will lose something. And if they want to at least retrieve their euro income level, they should join us. And by joining us, actually they are making more, even though their split at the percentage will be less, but their overall income will go up. It's like we just increase their transaction cost and push them to join us. That's our logic flow here.
I think I want to adapt a little bit, because as you said, we're not going to only to change the proportion, but also going to make the cake bigger. So maybe for the middleman, even though that the proportion for them is a little bit lower than before, but based on the increasing volume, their absolute incremental benefit is much higher than before. So based on this, they're also willing to join us and to create this union together. Yeah.
I might be missing the point. Did you mention about how much is the setup cost initially? Because I didn't see that in your financial budgeting.
Yeah, for the upfront investment is nearly $400,000 to pay for the development of the software and the cloud computation fees and build up workstation and some upfront operation cost. And we also need like another nearly $900,000 to cover our operating cash deficits for the first 4 years. So in total is $1.2 million.
How do you plan to raise that money from?
Actually, as we mentioned about the NGO will directly own a large stake of the technology company. So we plan to raise 70% of that money from NGO and also the rest 30% from partnerships like Coca-Cola and other bottle users we mentioned before.
Okay, so are you going to pay them back or you're just asking them for donation?
For the NGOs, actually we plan to give some dividends after year 5 for them to cover like their cost, like providing some healthy insurance and other benefits to the waste pickers, and also pay the same level dividends to our partnerships.
Yeah, and I want to also add on a little bit. So first, we are going to also cooperate with other NGOs because the political environment in Indonesia is very favorable, because the government, they start the campaign to collect and to deal with the plastic issue. So there are already many NGOs working on this. And secondly, we will also deal with the partnership with like a major beverage company like Coca-Cola. And for this company, they actually do not want us cash back, but they want something more like the CSR certificate or some certificate for the human rights, the labor rights. So maybe for this part, for the NGO part, we are going to collaborate together. And for the partnership part, we are going to pay back by the CSR credibility instead of cash. Yeah.
Okay, so out of all kinds of organizational forms, why do you pick yourself as an NGO while you are showing that you're going to earn more and more profits in the future? So are you going to plan to switch to for-profit company in the long run?
Yeah, actually for that, but we think our model will make some money, but not big enough. So we think it's much easier to have a parent organization as NGO to expand the funding source. Like as NGO, they can accept donations or even use some crowdfundings to back us up. Because like our patients, our purpose is eventually to helping those waste pickers to increase their income levels. We go for these companies, it is profitable, but still cannot make big money. So that's the reason.
Can I add some different points? And also, we work as an NGO. It's more easier for us to get some support from the government, and also we are easier to build the partnerships with the giant companies. That's the reason. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So congrats again for the presentation. Well done, guys. And also thinking how you could use a digital solution to confront the issue. I think all important questions were actually asked. So I had 5, but all of them were already asked. One comment from my side and then a general question. When this is a social business, right? Social business means you are solving a social problem in an entrepreneur way. If this is the case, and if this is the mission, your competitors are not competitors, they are friends, because they help you solving the problem in a bigger scale. And then it would be useful to involve them in your model itself. So maybe you have an ecosystem with other players in order to solve it faster, better. So that would be one comment on the social business. And the question, what was your highlight during the whole journey? What was the number one thing that you said, wow, that was really worth it to take part of this program, to wake up on Saturday, to present and doing next to my studies, all this work. So why? What was the highlight?
Can I ask if you're asking how we come up with this idea?
No, I'm asking what was your greatest moment during the whole journey now?
Okay.
Actually, when we decide to choose the country Indonesia, we do some research and we found that like in that country, there are 2 million waste pickers there and they make just around $1 a year. And we just think it's really hard for them. And because of this case, we do think we have a solution that can directly improve their income. So that's basically the dreaming factor for us.
How did that make you feel?
Honestly, I just feel bad.
Yeah, of course. Hope everybody here, everybody feels the same feeling about it.
Well, you have identified a huge issue and you have skill set, right? So you're the leaders of the future. So you feel bad about the issue. Now you've thought about, invested your time and applied your capabilities. The question is, how do you make an impact now, right? So one thing is, it ends up in the shelf, and that's many times at the hackathons. I have done so many, and that's good material for the shelf, but it gets dusty. It doesn't serve anything. So the question is, what do you do with it? And this is the question for yourself.
Yeah, actually, we'd like to grow the idea more if it fits. And maybe this project will be the first $1 million project we raise.
All right, good luck.
Maybe let me just jump on to the last question. Is like, I understand you have picked this NGO, but have you talked to them already, or have you thought of any alternative name who might be interested in this idea?
We also think of the form of the social enterprise, which is kind of a form between a NGO and a enterprise.
No. What I'm asking is, who is going to give you $1.2 million? That's what I'm asking. Have you thought of who you can approach?
Yeah, we already found some NGOs like the Waste for Recycle in Indonesia, and they're like their model is like they can get money from their own resource, like to collect the metal waste or something like that. And also some of the NGOs are going to donate it into other organizations. So donation is kind of their other source of the cash flow, and they have a good reason to invest in us too.
Okay, so you have thought about the names. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, we found some.
Okay. Thank you very much, Team Ninja, and questions from our judges. Okay, and please allow me to remind another time that we are also live on YouTube. So please invite your cohorts and your friends to join us together and share the exciting moments with us together. Okay, now the final team has been waiting for a very long time, and now is their show time. The sixth team, one town at a time from NUS Business School, will share their insights about sustainability with the topic, engage informal sectors in tackling plastic and ocean-bound waste. One town at a time, you can start once you are ready.
Okay, thank you. So hi everyone, we're team one town at a time from NUS, and today we'll be talking about how we can engage informal sectors in tackling plastic and ocean-bound waste. So our team consists of 4 people, which is Jean, David, JJ, and me, Nayara, and all of us are from various backgrounds with different working experience. So to start off, do you know that although plastic recycling is actually a highly profitable industry, waste collectors remain vulnerable today? And with the increase in plastic waste, most of which leak into the ocean every year, it is important to address how we can help informal sectors tackle this better. So the challenges that waste collectors are facing includes high exposure to germs, no access to healthcare, loss of earnings from lockdown, and also social exclusions. Now, why is informal sector so important to us? They collected 2 times more waste than formal sectors and collect around 50 to 100% of all waste collections in developing countries. They also contribute billions of dollars to economic benefits. Also, recycling is important as it reduces emissions 25 times more than incinerations. So with this, we came up with the solutions. to create a conducive environment to integrate the informal sectors to remove plastic waste from ocean-bound streams. And our solutions consist of 3 main areas. So our first solutions is to tackle with current health and safety issues. In the short term, our models aim to provide education and health and safety through workshops and pamphlets, fund for safety equipment tools like masks, gloves, and boots, and set a standardized sanitation systems through safety testing and certifications. In the long term, our model will incorporate mandatory health and safety training by fostering a safety culture, and also to set up safe and appropriate infrastructure to sort waste before selling. And lastly, to provide a support in health insurance and also healthcare. Secondly, our solutions aim to ensure labor and human rights. In the short terms, alliances is to be formed to help negotiate for fair and transparent prices. And secondly, education on rights, gender equalities, and child labor is also to be provided. Additionally, to move the recycling sectors up the value chain, incentive can be provided to attract more material recoveries companies. And in the long term, government is to set a price floor for recyclables, integrates informal sectors to local waste management systems, and also push for rights legislations and continuously monitor child labor situations. And our third solutions aim to empower the communities. I'm sorry, can you move to the next slides? Okay, and our third solutions aim to empower communities. So in the short run, training and development programs are to be provided to uplift living standards. Next, waste collectors are to be more involved in community activities to increase awareness and transparencies, and also to rebrand the waste collector image. Lastly, the general public should also be educated about the proper way to recycle. And in the long run, the basic infrastructure for surrounding communities are to be provided, such as basic housing and clean water and electricities, and employment opportunities within the waste industry and also beyond could be provided by providing upskill training programs by the alliances. And lastly, the government is to formalize and regulate access to dump sites to increase recycling rates and income potentials. So next, I'll pass on to Jean to elaborate more on how these 3 solutions can fit together to form a single model.
Thank you, Miki. So essentially, our model centers with informal sector, and we propose to the informal sector to connect with the various stakeholders via material flow. Like for example, you can see how the recyclables flow through different bodies. The money flow, where international organization and the tax revenue from the society supports the government to provide subsidies and incentives to informal sector, the local NGOs, the recycled material users and plants, as well as the institutional collectors, and also the knowledge exchange among all the stakeholders. So with that, we build a sustainable ecosystem for the informal sector to work with the various stakeholders. And the informal sector, they can choose to remain informal. Then they can form alliance among themselves, which could provide them with group insurance to tackle the health and safety issues and to have collective bargaining power. Or otherwise, with the model, after the trainings, they could find potential employment opportunities outside the informal sector to the society, with the government, or with the institutional collector. Therefore, our model is sustainable, it's income building and knowledge sharing as code, it's decentralized, encourages multilateral exchanges among stakeholders. It defines exit paths for the recyclables in the informal sector, and it's customizable, which can be applied to the various economies in the world based on the local social economic situation. And it is also financially viable, which relies on limited external fundings and could be self-sustainable. So next, I will pass on to JJ to talk about the implementation of the model.
Right, thanks, Jean. So in our proposed model, there will be 3 main implementation stages. So the first one is design and trial, the second one is fine tune and scale, and the third one will be expansion and sharing. For design and trials, it is a stage where all key players have to come together and discuss and align objectives and deliverables of the funding. The NGOs will also have to support the government to implement the model and allocate resources efficiently. And in this stage, we hope to start a trial run in selected cities across different regions around the world. For the second stage is fine-tune and scaling. So the informal sectors and private sectors are to provide feedback to government and NGOs we have several feedback channels via the alliances and local administrative offices, where government and NGOs will have to constantly reevaluate the effectiveness of a program from those feedback and implement appropriate changes. And in this stage, we hope that international organizations and government will have to work together to expand the scope of the model to other cities and countries once it's tested successful. For the third stage, expansion and sharing. So this is the mass adoption and mass geographical expansion of the model. Alliances, government, and NGOs to conduct knowledge and best practice sharing from the cities that have already been doing the model. And there will also still be a continuous evaluation and improvement with as we hope, the limited funding from international organizations as a model is supposed to be self-sustainable. So the key players in all these stages include informal sectors, the private sectors, governments, NGO, and international organizations. And the next slide, you can see a sample schedule of such a proposed model. So in the beginning, there will be a program initiation by international organizations and NGOs. There will also be a program implementation and resource allocation by government with the support from the NGOs. And by the end of the first year, we hope that the informal sectors will form alliances. Equipment and safety tools will be distributed to all the participating stakeholders. And the government will have to develop some basic infrastructure for safe working environment. And there will be also some mandate on taxes on recyclable to encourage the general public to sort, reuse, and recycle. And the next stage would involve the government and NGO to set standardized sanitation system, mandate fair and transparent pricing on recyclables, as well as continue to set up appropriate infrastructure for work and living. And the next stage, we hope to establish some safety culture through constant training and education. Government and alliances to provide support for insurance and access to healthcare. And there will also be a program expansion to other cities and countries, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And the next step, we hope that for the government to formalize and regulate access to dump sites, and the alliances to provide some upskill training program for further employment opportunities, both within the waste management sector and beyond. And in the final stage, we hope that the program will be massively applied and expanded to the rest of the world, some knowledge and best practice sharing, as I mentioned earlier. And NGOs and alliances will have to push for the right legislation and monitor its enforcement. Throughout the whole process, there would be a continuous and consistent education, training, and development, monitor human and labor rights, and there will also be consistent feedback, evaluation, and improvement to the model. So next, I'll pass on to David to talk more about the finances of the model.
Thank you, JJ. So a model is never good if we never consider the financials. So though we approach the challenge or the topic in a very holistic and national and even global manner, we hope to look into how government, after getting funding, how they distribute their revenue to different sectors in the whole ecosystem. So let's talk about revenue first. For the revenue, because of the nature of the challenge, you also depend on international organizations, for example, UN, to support initial funding, mostly on building infrastructures for the whole ecosystem. Then the government will also chip in to provide a few revenue sources, for example, from tax, or have additional levy towards the plastic consumption by their citizens. And gradually, you can see the average model takes about 5 years. So for the whole project cycle, the first year, it is the year where the NGO will put much of the money. Then after that, the amount of money itself gradually decreases, and also the proportion of international funding also decreases. So after that, we hope that after 5 years of project cycle, the government can self-sustain using this model to generate their income and also channel back to the informal sectors to support their work. For the distribution of outlays, for year one, we hope that we can distribute more to the commercial sectors because they need more money to build an infrastructure, for example, recycling plants, collection centers, for example. And then after that, we will gradually allocate more to the informal sectors to do their job, which for the cost structure, I'll talk about in the next slide. For the next slide, we largely divide the cost structure into one-off costs and regular costs. For one-off costs, it will be more on the conducted by governments and institutional sides by setting up agencies and communication channel offices with international organizations. Then after that, the government can also spend all the money to run their own recycling recycling plants or provide loans to private sector to build their own recycling plants. Then after that, recycled material users, for example, MNC who needs this material to build shoes, to produce other products, they can also tap into a small amount on the public partnership arrangement. Then after that, the government can also use some of the money for sanitation standards. On the regular course, if this model is ongoing effort, we expect the government can spend some of the money to continually pour into the informal sector by providing safety equipment and tools, insurance and education, and ongoing, and most importantly, ongoing monitoring and outcome to ensure that the funding is spent wisely. And lastly, provide subsidy to local NGOs, which helps to serve as a bridge between the government and also the informal sectors to do their job. So the overall outcome, we hope that with this model, we can the government can generate additional employment opportunities, can reduce costs arise from side effects of pollution and global warming, and most importantly, increase the domestic and foreign investment so that the tax can channel back to the model to generate more outcome from the informal sectors. And lastly, to reduce social welfare expenses, for example, on healthcare and social welfare expenses. So
thank you, Dave.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, we have one last slide on the potential risks and some unexpected consequences and the mitigation. But somehow it seems that it disappears from the deck. But basically, we talk about how we want to tackle if there is insufficient funding and how like we should prioritize the tasks and focus on the high priority ones. And also, like if there is corruption, how we could use crowd audit and blockchain technologies to monitor the dispersal of funds, and also if by increasing the recycling rate results in the reduced income of the current petrochemical sector, the government should redirect the current petrochemical sector to encourage them to innovate, to produce more value-add technologies, and also to re-employ the excessive workforce to the new recycle or waste management sector. Yeah, we have about like 5 risks and mitigations that we discussed on the last slide, but unfortunately, it's not shown here. Yeah. So with that, we conclude our presentation. And I think if the judges have more questions on the potential risks and mitigation, perhaps we can explain them in the form of Q&A. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Team 6. And now we can move to the Q&A session now.
Maybe I'll start. There isn't a specific country or government that is mentioned here. Is this targeted at any country? I just want to clarify.
Yes, so our team actually did a holistic approach where we view a bigger picture of all countries. So our models aim to fit in every country. That's why if we move back to the slide, sorry, can you move back to the slide where we mentioned that we hope that our models can be customizable. So in the long run, once we pass the trial timeline, we hope that in each country we could shift the models a bit and then customize it according to each country. But
so
then our model
to trial. I mean, if I just want to understand, right? Like based on these, which NGOs have you talked to? Which government have you talked to? So it's like, I mean, then where do you trial it?
Well, I think our model definitely is more applicable to the developing economies, where the waste management program is more dispersed, it's not so organized as the developed countries. And in terms of the NGOs, the one that we propose to take the lead is the UNEP, which is the unit that is in charge of environmental solutions in the United Nations. And we understand for this kind of initiatives, it requires a lot of funding and push to make the local government as well as the various stakeholders to cooperate. Therefore, we really think that the international organizations and the NGO will play a big factor in our proposed model.
I would really suggest that you talk to someone before you even trial, because it's like if you talk to UN, right? It's like the solution that you're providing is probably not unique. So why hasn't it been done? And if you have to pick a country to trial, right, which country will you trial? I mean, there are so many developing countries. And my point is really, you've got to be specific in order to solve a problem. And in order to understand whether the solution that you provide makes sense, you've got to talk to the stakeholders. I mean, it's like, will the government be supportive? Have you talked to anyone in the government? I mean, it's like, who will you pick up the phone and talk to, or who will you write to? So I think all these specifics, you probably need to actually do more homework before this proposed model. Yeah.
Thank you, Sokme. You always ask the toughest question. So I will follow up actually on the financial budgeting, because I think this is related to the question raised by her. So when you say this kind of relative distribution of outlays, I understand you are talking at a high level. But now my question is, okay, let's say you have thought about one particular country, all right? How are you going to plan for the entire cost and the benefit? Are you going to scale up to some kind of factor? And what is the scaling factor that you are going to implement this high level of planning? Is it going to be like the length of your coastal line? Or is it the GDP level of the country? Or is it that the amount of wastage estimated for this country? What is your key scaling factor? So that I can take this plug and play into any country, as you have mentioned.
Thank you, Fro. In choosing, in considering a country to implement this model, we have been thinking of the scale of the implementation. What we are thinking is to find definitely GDP, and also the population would be the determining factor, and also the size of the informal sector. This is also a determining factor, because if we don't have a sizable informal sectors in the country, then probably we don't have a very good result in testing these models in a typical country. So at the beginning of the process, we hope to identify a country with around 20 million of population. Then for the initial funding by international organization, what we propose is not a very big sum, because it is a trial and error process. We want to start from small. Let's say, for example, 100 million or even 50 million to start with. This funding is mainly for identifying the lapse between different processes, as we shown in the model. For example, if we find a bottleneck in some of the recycling plants or collection centers, then we will pull the government will pull these resources into building new infrastructure, particularly in this area. Then after that, we, of course, during the process, the international organization and also the government will sit down together to review the outcome and see what they can achieve further. For example, pulling more resources to other areas, for example, informal sectors, or the government can do something to reallocate the revenue. For example, for the model, this model will also engage a part of commercial participation in terms of recycling material uses. As we said, plastic, the recycling rate is very small. And we hope that we can use the additional plastic to channel back to these MNCs or international manufacturers to produce some of the products, for example, shoes or rugs and other, even for shirts, for example. So in the model, the particular thing that we want to also emphasize is also there's a PPP model, private-public partnership, in the sense that the government don't need to put too much resources, don't need to put so much money into direct subsidy for setting up factory for this task. So the factory, I think most of the MNCs, they have money, but just maybe have a little bit more support from the government in terms of providing, for example, land concessions or tax rebates for them to set up their local factories in that particular country to consume the excessive plastic materials, plastic recyclables. So during the process, what we emphasize is that it's an ongoing process. We, of course, the government and also the NGO, the international organization need to review the process along the way to determine it. But at start, I would say pick a country with around 20 million. And if needed, if we launch, you have to pick a city in that country. Probably we would take those coastal cities or cities with bigger population or industrial cities, so that there are sizable informal such as present state. Thank you.
So just now, thank you for the answer, but I think it should work the opposite of what you have proposed, because this may help the greatest, the poorest country. So actually for the lower GDP, you want to actually put in more money such that, you know, the multiplier effect will be the greatest, right? So it's not just about, you know, how much that you want to put in that particular country, is that how much of the social and environmental impact that you can show. This will give you the greatest return. And that is usually the way that you can convince NGO or even UN. Actually, in my mind, I'm thinking about the World Bank, because they usually will try to help the developing countries through issuance of green bonds or green loans. And that will be more practical because they have more experience in doing this, helping developing countries. So they are looking at the impact.
Hi, team. Thank you. I liked at the beginning how you talked about how important they are, the waste pickers. So that was very helpful and well done. After I got a little bit lost because it sounded like you were talking on behalf of others. This is what all the other guys need to do. But I don't know if you've tried in your life to get other people to do things differently than what they're currently doing. And I think it's very difficult. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Even in your family, if I try to get my kid to do something different, it's very challenging. So getting governments, NGO, all these different stakeholders to change something, unless you're in a position of authority, is extremely difficult. I'm sure you've had the lessons about change and how complicated change is. So I think you probably have to help me understand on something like that, which is a big endeavor, understand what are the barriers? What are the main barriers? Why are they not doing it this way today? And your role might then end up being, how can I remove these barriers? What am I going to do so that they actually change the way this ecosystem is working? Because otherwise, change is not going to happen, unfortunately. So that clarity around understanding what the barrier is and what you're doing to address it is critical, and getting to the change management process, because here you're not really creating a company, so it's a bit of a different lens, but it's how do you influence, who are you going to talk to, who are the key people, what are their agenda, what can you offer to basically meet their needs in ways that are truly unique and nobody has thought about today. So the innovation might be in this. So if there's something around that, let us know. But I didn't necessarily get that from the presentation. I got the idea, but not how you will implement it.
You wanted to answer?
Yes, perhaps I can add a little bit points. In thinking of model, we did think of a lot of contingencies on how to apply the model across different countries. We understand that it would be a very difficult perspective for us to approach in this in this way, but this might be something that during the research, during understanding the matter, because we are not the expertise, we read the materials, we understand the matters in different perspectives. What we think of why the barrier is there of implementing such a comprehensive model is that there might be perhaps some lacks of expertise there in how to allocate the budget. Because in the model, we emphasize there are two core parts, the governments and the informal sectors. And these two core parts actually interrelate with each other. But the problem is the government is the one who always is the one who gets the funding directly from international aid organizations, or for example, World Bank. So they need to have an idea on how to allocate the budget, not just into different sectors, but into different levels like provinces, cities and municipalities. So this might be the challenge that these governments might be facing. And we hope that in the model, we can just further by encouraging a more knowledge sharing model. That's why we have a lot of like green arrows, like having the knowledge sharing across different sectors in the hope that, that the government understand how the informal sectors work more. And this, I think, in this model, the local NGOs also play an important part for them to communicate between the two cores, the governments and the informal sectors. That's my 2 cents worth.
And so also to add on, I think our barrier is not that none of the stakeholder wants to have action on this, but rather, like, for example, the international organization would want to make an impact on this as well. However, they don't know. I think there's the issue here is more of the lack of communication between each stakeholder. And that is why we also propose that there's an alliances forum between the informal sectors to work directly with local NGOs, and for the local NGOs then to work directly with the government as like a cycle chain, because as you know, informal sectors consist of like different individuals. So it's very hard for the informal sectors to work directly with the government or to work with the international organization. So I think our model focuses primarily on the forming of the alliances to act as the middleman and work with the different stakeholders.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to probably just add from my experience. I was actually in Cambodia, Phnom Penh, a few years back, and I visited a dump site, and it was run by a NGO called PSE. And if you research PSE, it started by a French retired couple who visited Cambodia, and they can't believe their eyes when they see a kid eating from the dump site. And for the last 25 years, they've transformed the waste pickers in Cambodia. And the point I'm trying to make here is, don't assume that everything has got to be solved by international NGO, the government, or actually some big bodies. A French retired couple visiting Cambodia can actually make a change and an impact. And so it's like what I would really see come out of this challenge is really, if you guys are really passionate about really transforming the waste pickers, increasing their livelihood, changing the lives of their kids, do something which you can actually act on immediately, and don't depend that everything has got to be solved by the government or the international NGO. So I would really encourage you guys to, if you have a chance, go and visit a dump site. You will really recognize it's a different world out there. It's like 10 minutes before the dump site. It's like the stench. It's just incredible. But when you talk to the people there, the waste pickers, it's a life that they're so used to that. I mean, this PSE organization, when they're trying to like change them and get them to become factory workers, it's like after a while they go back. So actually, it's really beyond money. It's really beyond the government not understanding, nor the international NGOs not understanding. You have got to be on the ground to solve the problem. And that's really, I mean, what I want to leave behind to all the teams, not just this last team, that actually to really be the change that you want to see, go into the reality, go into dump site and actually talk to people, talk to the NGOs who are helping there, and don't just do a desktop exercise. Thank you.
Well said, Sukmi. This is exactly what it is. So when you imagine two retired people make a change, think about you, right? So you're young, full of spirit, full of knowledge, top business schools, how impactful that could be. So when you think of what you have done today, what would be one thing that you would differently next time?
I think we probably will definitely have to narrow down our skill, because in this solution, what we try to do is to propose a model how to bring the different stakeholders to work together to solve the problem. But I think we are just we are being like too ambitious until that we lose the touch point on the ground, so that we try to cover every aspect, make our solution a little bit like too up in the air. Yeah, I think that is our learning lesson from this case competition.
Let me give you another point of thought, and then you see if you find it good or not. It's up to you. Feedback is a present, right? Breakfast for champions. So you see if you like it. Well, your presentation asks for a heartbeat. It is a textbook, right, at the moment, and you need to have a heartbeat. Give a real story. Give the heroes a real name. If you tell somebody, executives, a story with real characters behind it and how it really changes their life, this is how you make it move. That's the first step. Second step, there's always judges around and they always know better. But how can you confront that? And that's valid for any other pitch that you do. If you come with the voice of the market, if you say, you know, we have done like 10 talks, 5 talks, 20 talks, or whatever, and what we have learned is this and that. It's impossible to counter you because nobody will know it better than you did it, but only if you have hands, ears, and eyes on the ground. This is the only thing, because otherwise you always depend what's the knowledge of the judge, and the judge does know everything. But what you need to find out is the truth in the market, and that's valid. That's so much what Sokme was saying. Go and talk to people, give the heroes a name, and tell a real story to make history.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I ask? There is one more question. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. One time at a time and questions from our judges. Okay, now our 6 teams have completed their presentations and many thanks for your brilliant performance. In the next following 25 minutes, our judges will move to the breakout room to make their final decision on the winning list. And during that time, let's take some rest and make some new friends here. Now let's invite Gary and Nishan from NUS MBA ICI Club to facilitate the networking session. And before this session, let's take the group photo together to record this exciting event. And shall I ask everyone to turn on your camera? Okay, thank you. Okay, and please remember to smile. Okay, so let's take the photo. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, another time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you all. Okay, so now we can start the networking session. Gary and Nishan.
Okay, so we will take few seconds to invite the judges to the breakout rooms, and then we can start the networking event.
All right, guys, so let's get on to the exciting part of the event. So as you know, we had collected some fun facts about different participants that we have here right now. So, and we would like to have some more idea about how did they experience, what was their experience on working on those items were. And so this is going to be an organic, free-flowing conversation, so please jump in anytime. I will just initiate a conversation right now, and then we can go ahead. First up, we have people from Team E-Force. So I'd really like to hear more about your, all the things that you have done in Peru. So as you can see, I have not added any names over here, but we know who the people are. So maybe if you can give us a brief about all the experience that you had in Peru, all the different organizations, all the different things that you were associated in Peru. That would be a good place to start.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Well, hi, I'm Melissa. I came from Peru. When I was in Peru, I was part of an NGO called Kappa Peru. Actually, Kappa has some operations in the Amazonian jungle, which is really, really far away from the capital city. And there we help. I've been working with them for 5 years as a volunteer. First, I enrolled as a communication staff, and then I had the chance to actually be the business coordinator of the NGO in 2018. It was really, really good challenge for me because I had to do some reorganization of the NGO, actually make sure that we have some really, really good assigned roles, and so that we can maybe scale our model and have so we can be more impactful in the communities. We were focused on two aspects there, because in the place that these communities live, the quality of life is really poor. I mean, they live in extreme poverty. They don't have access to any, they don't have access to light, to water, or to basic utilities. They actually live in really poor conditions. So our main focus was on providing some health support, and also made them involved in economic sustainable activities, so that they can actually go for and seek for more earnings by their own and not depend on an NGO or the government or anybody else. The projects were mainly focused on health, education, and sustainability mainly. And we will just elaborate them 5 projects there. So mainly we help them to improve the quality of the education. We provided some facilities so that they can have a better education system. We coordinate really closely with the education ministry there to make them have a better quality of learning, provide them books, make them actually improve the quality that they have there. And regarding health, we implement a project there on the part of maternity, because there are a lot of people that actually have children at very young age. They don't have any care of, they don't know how to take care of them. So we encourage them and learn and teach them how to prevent some pregnancy that they don't want. And to help them actually combat some malnutrition system, because they have a really bad nutrition system there. So that was our main focus when I was working with this NGO. So thank you so much.
Yeah, that was an awesome sharing. So yeah, so also the next team member from IFOS, we have a bioengineer among our midst, and she also likes to blend up seasonal fruit smoothies. Just need to hear more about that as well.
So that I think that's me. So hi guys, I'm Anisha. So yeah, I honestly don't know what to say more about the seasonal fruit smoothies, rather than I'm waiting for one of my favorite fruit ingredients to become available in the next coming months, and those are figs. If you've not tried fresh figs in your smoothie, you're missing out, and you absolutely should do that. But I think another interest that I mentioned was birding. And I'd just like to mention why I got interested in birding. I spend way too much time staring out of my windows at home, and so there's a lot of birds around, even in a really, really urban and densely packed city like Mumbai. But I took this little weekend getaway to a city called Nashik, and I happened to stay in an Airbnb that was being run by the president of the Nashik Nature Conservancy Society, and he took us on birding trips every single day, and we would trek up into the mountains and talk about how tribal communities that used to hunt birds because that was their only source of income were actually being educated to protect the same birds, and instead use tourism and particularly focused on endemic bird species within the forest there to supplement their income. So that's actually how I got interested in birding, particularly, and that focus on sustainability made everything a lot clearer as well. And I think that would be of interest to this group over here. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share, Nishant.
Thank you, Anisha. So we have the next team from NUS. So the comment on the right really, needs some more explanation.
So what does this mean, view the world with Dr. Seuss goggles? Please share a bit more on that.
Thank you, Nishant. I just left it a little ambiguous, so that will kind of, raise some questions, to be really honest. But I think I'm a very big idea person, and I also think very abstractly. So growing up, I think Dr. Seuss was one of my best friends. I read a lot of books, and most of them were all obviously fiction. And what I like about Dr. Seuss specifically is that he would present this seemingly like insane idea in a very abstract, real sense. But at the core of it, the solution and the idea is very simple. It would either be empathy, be nice to other people. It would be more, involve people more, and just have a lot of joy in life. Don't take things too, difficultly, and that's what I think applies to real life as well. I think we view life with very difficult lenses, and we complicate stuff unnecessarily. Take sustainability, for example, right? So it looks like this big utopian, idealistic reality that is so difficult to achieve, but at the end of it, the solution is probably like super small, right? So it is very real, and this change can really happen. And yeah, that's why I thought Dr. Seuss was relevant at this point, right? So the idea right now, what all of us presented, quite inspired me today, and everybody had a brilliant presentation, and I was like, wow, like the people just in this room can change the world, and probably we'll do it at some point in our lives. And yeah, so it might look abstract, guys, but hang in there. Do your best. All the best for everyone. And yeah, that's why I wrote about it.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have one more comment that we wanted to learn more about. So we have someone who converted a single family dwelling into modern living amenities. So just wanted to hear more about that as well.
Yeah, I feel almost embarrassed to talk about that after the amazing stories we've just heard. But basically, what I did before joining the MBA was property development. I had my own small company. And there was this amazing building in a small city outside where I come from in Sweden, which was sort of just left. It was just a white elephant. And no one really had the vision or the will to do anything with it. And the sort of idea was just to tear it down initially. But when you see some of these sort of old places and are part of the history of the area you're in, I was just like, no, I need to do something proper with it. So it's really just about finding a way to it's about sustainability, but using the old materials that exist and getting people excited about working on something to give it new life. And also from this huge single family dwelling to make it something that's accessible to more people and connecting it to the modern world. So before, it was wood-fired and sort of oil. Now it's connected to the municipal network. We had carpenters come in who renovated all the old windows so they could be repurposed for modern living standards. So it's really sort of about creating a new life in an old shell, so to speak. But that is the greenest building, even though it's the oldest. It's the most technologically advanced building, even though it's the oldest. And we'll keep on telling the story for beyond my lifetime anyway.
Okay, thank you, Spencer, for the sharing. So yeah, so the next team we have is Sister NCR. So we'll just go towards the right first, because this is kind of interesting. Like they're reading different books with no connection whatsoever. Just need some examples on this.
Yeah, so that was me, and I picked it because my friends keep telling me that this is really weird about me. So I think this is really two parts. The first part is at any point of time, I have like 4 or 5 books lying around in my flat, which apparently is already a strange behavior. And I read one like for half an hour and then switch to another. And there's like a few next to the bed, some on the sofa. They're pretty much everywhere. But what really adds to that is that there's really no reasonable pattern across all those books. And I was told that normally people have interests and then they buy books that fit their interests. But I kind of always approach it a bit differently. I think, what are topics I have absolutely no idea about? And then I just go out and buy a bunch of books. And that leads to a really odd combination of topics. So for example, right now, I have here a book on microfinance, one on the opioid war in China, a book on learning techniques, and a book on evolutionary biology. Doesn't add up, but still very interesting to me. So I thought I'd just name it as a fun fact.
All right, thanks, Toby. All right, so yeah, on the left, we had another interesting comment. So this person helped countries transit into circular economy. So this is an interesting topic, and we definitely would like to hear more about it as well.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Matilda. So before I joined INSEAD, I worked as a consultant and basically with World Bank and all those national governments. So my last engagement was what I wrote there. It's World Bank's country private sector diagnostic report. So they want to support Southeast Asia countries to transit into circular economy. By the way, I'm sure a lot of people know. So circular economy is basically to decouple the resources consumption from the economic development. So nowadays, we always extract the resources to power up our economic activities. But the concept of circular economy is basically to close the loop, like what we are doing today. We are basically collecting the plastics and try to make it back to the economic activities. So what we did was basically to help Thailand look into their industries, what are the strategic industries they can implement some of those concepts, and how the government can bring the private sectors to work together, and what kind of policy instruments they need to put in place, and what are the key knowledge players should be there, and what are the pilot projects they might want to try, and what kind of benefits in terms of dollar sign. And in terms of World Bank, how do they spark this entire transition? So yeah.
All right, thanks. So the next team we have from SMU. So we'll start from the left this time. So we got someone who was involved in a beach therapy volunteers. Just need a little bit more details about that. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ice from the team Don't Be Cashy. Previously, I was an auditor, but okay, today I'm going to share about how me and my friends started our sustainable volunteering activity called Beach Therapy Volunteer. We had a chance to clean up the beach in Brighton, UK, and that is how we came up with the idea that we should have done this in our country, in Thailand as well. So actually in Thailand, beaches are cleaned in a monthly basis, which counting the number of time per year is very little comparing to the amount of trash you find on the beach. That is why we thought of the idea of like, okay, let's do this beach therapy volunteer with the concept, because it's now our turn to give the beach a therapy. The goal is like not to only clean a place where we love, but also allows people to meet with each other and make new friends from other volunteers and other people who lives in the area as well. Actually, I would share one of my favorite moments is that we started picking up the trashes. Then other people on the beach came and helped us as well after seeing that. It was a really impressive moment. We actually started from cleaning in an area called Bang San Beach in Chonburi, because it is one of the beaches that is very full of trash and waste, like full of straws, plastic bags, foams, even fish nests. And right now, our volunteering activity have over 200 volunteers who have participated, and we received so many feedbacks that the volunteers really enjoy the activity and would like to do it more often. And we plan to promote more and open for more donation once the pandemic is better. So you can check our Instagram page at Beach Therapy Volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this one is a fun one on the right. So we have people dancing on stage in a pink fuzzy beard. So we need to hear more about this though.
I don't know if we need to.
Oh, this is important though.
Yeah, that's okay. That's me. Hey, I'm Max. First off, I can only echo some of the previous comments, which are fantastic effort from so many people on so many good causes. I'm afraid to say that this isn't one that is in any way, shape, or form connected to sustainability. But basically, before joining the MBA, I worked at a marketing agency that was situated in Berlin and specialized in esports and gaming. And one of the big events every year is something called the Gamescom, which is the games convention where all the big games publishers are represented. And 2018 was the big year of Fortnite, which is, you know, a very fun, sparkly game that a lot of kids are into. And our agency helped in the promotion of things, so organizing influencers, cosplayers, and that sort of thing. And on-stage crew as well. So yeah, I was dancing on stage in a pink bear hoodie, which is part of their merch, throwing t-shirts at kids and stuff, which is, you know, just part of the engagement. But to loop it back to sustainability, I think what is great to see is that there are ways to really excite a younger generation if you find the right way. So for example, if trash collection can be connected to something like Fortnite, suddenly you have a crowd of 8-year-olds helping out. So, you know, I think there's always ways to make these things happen, which, you know, is also great for the entire group here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Max. So we'll move on to Team Ninja. Let's start with the right first. This is an interesting story about how you met your friend in Spain. And let's hear a bit more about this though.
Yeah, okay. It's kind of embarrassing because, you know, I just saw a really good close female friend are playing some date game, and I was just confused why people like to, you know, have a date with some virtual handsome, you know, comic guys. And that game is quite popular in China, and I just want to figure out why like such young generation loves sub games. And to be honest, it's quite useful, especially I can learn something to make my girlfriend happy. So so that's basically the story.
Okay, got it. Okay, another thing about Team Ninja that you know piqued our interest was this thing. Now, like someone is playing a love game targeting females. We have just so many questions on this. Now, what exactly is this? Please elaborate though.
Hi everyone, I'm Helen from Team Ninja. So actually this is just my personal experience. So I used to live in Madrid, Spain for 1 year, and there I met a friend, and she is from Japan. And I think she worked for the enterprise in the social responsibility department. And what is interesting is that individually she is also a dancer, and she has a team to raise the people's awareness about environmental issue and social responsibility. So I have seen once her performance is a continental dance, and all the dancers, they act as they are the ocean animals who are struggling with the plastics, the nets and mask. So it is really, really impressive because make me think there is a lot of forms to appear to people, to aware people's awareness, and I think I really learned a lot about her from her. So that's my little story. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so last team we have is team 110 at a time. So we'll start off with the right first. So someone here loves nature, especially hiking, camping, and animals. So you need to hear more about these national parks and all these hiking journeys.
Well, that's me. I think I'm David from Team 1 at a time. I suppose everyone loves traveling, right? So I mean, everyone loves nature as well. So to me, it's nothing but just my personal experience. For me, I like to travel to all these not big cities, right? When I travel overseas, I usually pick those small cities with national parks so that you can appreciate the nature. And back in my hometown, I'm from Hong Kong. I tell you, there's a lot of country parks that you guys can enjoy. I think the best time to go is autumn. Then for me, it's just not about visiting. For me, I like to trek in the nature and appreciate how the Mother Nature gave us the whole experience. And it is quite sad to see in some parts of the world there are lots of like trash dump site that is not properly managed, and local people have to go there to make a living, to pick up those recyclables, and risking their health, risking their safety to do that. So that's why this partly gives my part of motivation to join the competition. And I hope that once, if we have a viable solution, no matter it's a global, national, or municipal, right? So if this solution can be successfully implemented, hope one day our people don't need to go to the dump site to make their living, instead enjoying the beautiful earth. That's my sharing, nothing much. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Okay, so we'll go to the left. So someone watched a documentary and that really gave her a shock. I need to hear more about this stuff. What was in this inconvenient fact?
Okay, so that is actually from me, and it was in my first year when I just arrived in Singapore, because we were arranged to attend this bridging course by MOE, and one of the class, I think the prof showed us the whole documentary of the inconvenient fact, and that was the first time I actually learned about global warming systematically, and how bad the situation was, like even that was like back in 2006. So I was so terrified over the fact that actually when the temperature rises to a certain level, that will be a non-returnable point to the entire human being. So that is how I really feel the urgency of conserving the nature and to protect the environment, and for the human society to find a way to develop sustainably. And that actually it really impacts me a lot, because in undergrads, I picked the major of environmental engineering and science. Even though unfortunately now I'm not in the industry line, but I still try to instill the sustainable lifestyle in every aspect of my life. So you can even call me stingy, because when I wipe my mouth after meals, I only use half a tissue. I will never use one whole paper of tissue, because I really think that it's a waste of using that much of paper to wipe such a small area. And also I practice recycling at home. Basically, I feel that sustainability is something that has to be done by everyone contributing to this cause. Yeah, so that is basically the story I want to share.
Right, thanks, Jean. We have one more story that we want to hear more about. So someone here upcycled ice cream jar into kitchen containers. So just need a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, that's me. So, but it's nothing big really. It's just when I was living in Vancouver, I was there for like a large chunk of my life, I guess. So in Vancouver, there's a practice that if you don't sort your trash at home, they will actually not pick up the trash in front of your house. They'll just leave it there for weeks until you actually sort it out yourself, and then the workers will eventually collect them after you sort. So that's actually how I first got into recycling and everything. And then I realized that my favorite ice cream shop sells like a glass ice cream jar. So I collect all of them. I had like in the end, after like about 7 years, I had like almost 100 jars, and then I reuse them as like everything, as like all the containers in my apartment, I guess. Yeah, it's nothing big really, but that's actually not the reason I joined this competition. The reason I joined is because I'm into scuba diving, and whenever I went on a dive, I always see like a lot of trash, but not necessarily in the ocean. The most trash I've seen while going diving is actually near the harbor, near where people live. Like it actually smells really bad, and it basically covers like the whole surface, like the surface water, and it was really bad. But once you go out to the ocean, it's actually beautiful. So that's why I felt like compelled to join this competition. Yeah.
Okay, thank you all. So we do have a short game that we are going to play right now. I will be sharing a link on the chat. And then after that, we will have the time for the judges announcement. So I'm sharing a link in the chat. It's just about general, won't be too difficult of questions on this. So when you have all reached there, that'd be a great thing, right? Are you all able to access the link? Okay. Let me present. So let's write down the answers, guys. Let's see what we see from different participants. Future, yeah, that's one. All right, we have future, yep. Future, that is a good term. Long-term continuity and scalability is what we hear about sustainability a lot. Green, yes. All right. All right, that was future and green and earth. Yep, all these. This is what we are seeing. Yeah, that is good. Energy, yes. Improvement, oh, yeah. Kids, I really like this one. All right, I think we have, okay, we have more, yeah. Urgency, yep, that is true. All right, so I think that's all. Future, green, earth, and energy, yep, that is good. Okay, let's move on to our next question. So, yeah. We move on to our next question, that is, yeah. This one is a fun one. Tea breaks. Counting as well, okay. Fintech, yeah. Negotiations, yes, definitely. E-commerce operations. Ping pong, okay, yes, that's good. That's a good class to have. Okay, I think we have completed the response to this. Let's move on to our next question. Yeah. Yep, this is a generic question. Which industry did you last work in? Yep. Banking, quite a lot. Yeah. Real estate. Automotive, esports. Okay, yeah. Know that. Services, author. Oh, that's nice. Oil and gas. All right, let's move on to our one final question now. Yep, this will be interesting. Yep, right, yes. You're right. Elon. Okay. Bugs Bunny. All right, then. See, we have good answers over here. Okay, someone added my name. All right. Kardashians, okay. Warren Buffett. Okay. This is getting out of hand now. All right, so we had this final question, bro. I think it's time we can bring back our judges now because they have made their decisions. All right, I have asked them to come back and let's now hear the results. Are the judges back? Yep, they are back.
Okay. Welcome back, judges. And all the participating teams. Hope you have enjoyed a lot in the networking session and you have known each other better. And now here comes the most exciting moment. Firstly, we'll announce the second runner-up, and the second prize, the winner of the third prize, are awarded with a certificate and $700 of cash prize. And now let's invite our Dr. Weina from NUS to announce the third prize. And Dr. Weina, please make some comments on this team first and then announce the name. Thank you.
Okay, so the exciting moment is coming. I will announce second runner-up is the second runner-up is Team Ninja from NTU. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Team Ninja.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we want to see all your pictures.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. So the judges have unanimously voted that you are the second runner-up. We are particularly very impressed by the app design that you have thought through. And we also like the idea about starting with this NGO structure. so that the tone of this specific business is going to be helping the local community to really achieve social and environment impact. And congratulations for all the hard effort you have put in. Thank you for the excellent work and also the very responsible comments to our tough questions. Thank you. Well done, Team Ninja.
Thank you. Congratulations,
Thank
Team
you.
Ninja.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And now let's invite our judges and Team Ninja to take a photo together. And be prepared, please. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and congratulations, Team Ninja. And then we'll announce the first runner-up. And the winning team are awarded with a certificate and $1,200 of cash prize. And now let's invite our judge from GROW, Mr. Jochen Lawrence, to announce the first runner-up.
So the first runner-up is Nature under Siege. Congratulations. So you did an outstanding job with the Kitorong as well as Kampong story, because it's so real, so relevant, and so close to the people. And we also understand that you only not only looked into one step solution, but giving them also a longer perspective of the careers of the waste collector. So you were very close and very comprehensive. So congratulations, you did a very good job. And thank you for participating in this challenge.
Congratulations. And now let's invite the judges and the team, Nature and the Siege, to take the photo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Okay, and now here comes the most breathtaking moment. The winner, the winner team are awarded with a wooden-made trophy, which perfectly reflects our environmentally friendly and sustainable concept of this event. And they are also awarded with a certificate and $2,500 of cash prize. And now let's invite our judge from UL, Ms. Sok Mei, to announce the winner.
Maybe before that, maybe I would like to invite Gilan to just give a few comments. Gilan, you're on mute.
Sorry, Sok Mei, I was planning to announce the winner. But go ahead, and Sok Mei, please announce the winner, and then we'll share some comments after on how well they did. I just want to say that this winner, to keep the suspense, was chosen unanimously and scored great across all of us. So Sok Mei, tell us who this is.
Okay, so drum roll. The winner for this competition is Team eForce.
Congratulations, Team eForce.
Wow, congratulations, eForce.
Thank
from
you.
NTU
Thank you guys
Business
so
School.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And maybe a few words why we chose Team eForce. We felt that you guys did a great job in reaching out to reality, and I mean, obviously you knew about the city, Baguio city. You had done some interviews with real people. You had some real insights from the ground. Your solution, we felt, was simple in a good way, because simple means it's possible to actually execute it. So we felt this was probably the one that's closest to being a real initiative. So congratulations, great job in a clear, simple presentation, using some tools like the the garbage journey and helping identify at every stage how you're going to play and add value. Also, great job in identifying some partnerships and having found a unique way to actually do so with some of them. So congrats again. You know, when we look at these ideas, one thing, the size of the idea is not necessarily what we're looking for. We're looking for your engagement, the steps you've taken to actually come up with it, the behaviors that you've demonstrated in doing so, and how close it is to reality, because staying grounded in reality, I can tell you, is important in business, and it's even more important in that social space. And you did this very well. So thank you very much, and congrats to all of you. Sakme, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Now, I would love to see the impact that you guys have on the 150 waste pickers. Truly go and transform their life, and just leave you with one last quote: where attention goes, energy flows, result shows. So really hope to see the result coming out of your project. Well done, team.
Well done.
Congratulations. Okay, so now we'll take the photo together. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, judges.
Welcome. Thank you for all the work you guys did.
Okay. Congratulations to all the winning teams. All the prizes, including the trophy, certificates, and check, will be mailed to each school after today's event. And thanks to all participating teams for your great efforts and performance today. And you will also receive the EasyLink cards with tycoon images as souvenirs. And at last, I would like to call upon Muskan Halaka, our Vice President of NUS MBA 39 Students Council, to give closing remarks for today's event.
Thank you, Monica. Let me just begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to all our three deans, Dean Andrew, Dean Bert, and Dean Christina, for making us challenge ourselves and help realize that moving forward, why it is of utmost importance to innovate and be creative in a sustainable fashion. I would like to extend my gratitude then to our sponsor partners, UL and Grow, who supported us very generously through their guidance in materializing this entire event. To our respected judges, Mr. Ghislain Devoch, Mrs. Shokme, Mr. Jochen Lawrence, and Prof. Vienna Zhang, thank you for investing your time and for your dedication that made it possible for us to reward the participants for their creative efforts. To all the faculty advisors who steered and escorted the participant teams in shaping their idea to something tangible, kindly accept our gratitude here. Next in line, thank you all my fellow council leaders and the president and vice president of both NTU and SMU, who lended their support to us in making the MBA Deans Challenge a one of its kind and the only inter-B-school competition in Singapore happen successfully. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, all my dear participants, it was absolutely amazing to hear such different perspectives and sustainable ideas budding right from our peers. So thank you very much for putting in all the hard work that you guys did and making Social Innovation Challenge 2021 a huge success. Once again, many congratulations to all the winning teams and kudos to all the participating teams. A very last quick update for everyone. Moving forward now, the last in line of the MBA Deans Challenge is the MBA's Got Talent being hosted by SMU on 31st October 2021. We already are very excited and cannot wait to see all the amazing talents that our peers have in store. So now with this, I'd like to take everyone's leave now and call for the closing of the event. Thank you, the YouTube Live participants who made this entire event possible and happening. Hope to see you guys soon. Have a happy evening all.
Thank you guys.
Bye everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.